Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thought. I don't know why you cannot see me well. All right. So first and foremost, I wanted to start off by playing a little bit of Erica. So I'm going to play Erica while I figure out what is wrong with my mic. Hello, everyone. 2 seconds.
Contradiction of the desires that the women who want to get married and who are seeking partnership and who are also race loyal, they are seeking partnership where they are able to be in a traditional male-centered relationship, because that's what traditional means to me, that you center the man, right? Modern means that you no longer are centering the man in the relationship. So I feel
Hey guys, so all right, Erica just did a really amazing video. You guys should definitely watch it. Let me know if you can hear me. There is a million and one things happening right now around me at work. Like everything is just a mess. But here I am. We have a lot to talk about, so let's get into it quickly. Can you guys hear me? I didn't see any response to whether or not you guys can hear me. Also, is there enough sound? I can hear you. All right, good. Welcome, Arlita. Kai, welcome. Z, welcome. Mr. Sober Bobo, just all the welcomes. Welcome, everyone. Naya Fox, welcome. All right. I don't know what to do with my hair, so I apologize in advance. Here we go. How do I start? Let's start light, because apparently a lot of people are upset that like everything is just depressing over on this side of town. So I apologize for that, right? So I found this really funny TikTok video that I want to play before we get into the discussion, just so we can all be warmed up. So here we go. Let's do this.
And this is why I don't fly Spirit.
Y'all, welcome to flight 457, straight flight to Las Vegas. Y'all, unfortunately, we do not have a pilot for this flight, so we will be asking for volunteers. All you need is a valid driver's license and you are good to go. If at any certain point nobody wants to volunteer, we will be choosing a person at random. Also, you guys, both bathrooms are currently unavailable, but we did put Walmart trash bags under the seats, so if you have to go, they are there for your likings. At this time, we have locked all cabin doors, so no one's allowed out. Unfortunately, you guys, all the stewardesses are working from home virtually, so if you have any questions, please ask them right now, because when we get to 100 feet in the air, we will lose signal. Thank y'all for flying Spirit Airlines, and we would hope to see y'all in Vegas.
We will hope to see you all in Vegas. Why is everyone dragging Spirit Airline? All right, I think we can get started. There's one more, but there is a sound beneath. There is sound, so I don't want to do that, right? All right. Before we get into the topic of the day, one more thing that I want to add, right? So, Mike Pompeo found himself talking, and this is what Mike Pompeo had to say. Let's read it together. If we teach that the founding of the United States of America was somehow flawed, if we teach that the founding of America, the United States of America, that is, was somehow flawed, it was corrupt, it was racist, that's really dangerous. That's really dangerous. It strikes at the very foundation of our country. Wait. Hey, Erica, by the way, I was playing a bit of your video before you came in. But this man has the audacity to really say, if we teach that the founding of the United States of America was somehow flawed. Let me get bigger for a moment. I think we can all agree that the founding of America was somehow flawed. Like, I don't think... I don't think there's a legitimate debate about what the founding of America consisted of. Now, there are rather conversations around moral relativism, right? And what that meant and whether or not we should morally judge. I judge all of them for having slaves. I judge all of them, the founding fathers and people who came to quote unquote find America, the explorers, who killed innocent people who were already here, the Native Americans. So no. So Chrissy, through John Legend's account, because we know this is Chrissy Teigen, this is not John Legend. So he was being sarcastic and having a bit of fun with Mike Pompeo. But this, well, no, it was perfect, flawless. Can't think of a thing I would change. Not a thing, not a single thing. The fragility, there's no flakitude. Santa wrote our blessed Constitution in the North Pole and was fully aware of who was naughty and nice, sleeping awake and whatnot. Then he dropped it. All right, John Legend, Chrissy Teigen was having too much fun on John Legend's account. But I wanted to start here because the system of white supremacy, why not? Why not start there? It's interesting, the kind of unwillingness, it seems, to engage in any meaningful way about the truth concerning the founding of the United States and the bloodshed and bodies upon which this country was built. I think that we actually need to be serious about the way in which we come up with ideas about our history and the unwillingness to confront some of the racist history in America, some of the murderous tendencies of people who in fact founded this country on the backs again of all kinds of other people. I think that is horrendous, that we can't even speak the truth about what is happening. Now, I started there because I wanted to go here. There is a ton of questions about what it is that activists want, and there is this conversation about dismantling white supremacy, and there is a feeling now, I've been watching Butt Breaking, which by the way, it's a horrible, in my opinion, documentary. That's my take on it. I don't think a lot of these people want to dismantle white supremacy in the way that we think. And if you watch that film, I'm not going to spoil it. Well, I'm not promoting that here, but one of the things I recognize is that for a lot of people who talk about dismantling the system of white supremacy, it seems that they want to rebuild a sort of Black patriarchy. And this is quite fascinating because we're going to get to Nature Boy in a moment. And while we cannot speak, I cannot speak to Nature Boy's content, I cannot speak to his influence, I can just speak to the cults that he's created, right? But he was honest, and Chrissy got a clip of him speaking about why it is that he needed to create his own world where he was in some ways his own God, right? Where he did not have to answer to anyone and where people had to answer to him, right? And the kinds of abuse that happen in these cults and the women who come out and tell their stories and write their books and all of that, right? So I am finding now that a lot of the conversations online, they're starting to make sense to me, right? The manosphere conversation, they're starting to make sense to me because it seems that equality is not the goal, but a new kind of patriarchy is. A new way to sort of prioritize, Erica, men. In a way that further kind of marginalize women. And I say that because, well, we're going to get to some statistics in a moment. But let's go first to Kevin Samuels. And my theory is going to come together towards the end. Please feel free to disagree. It is just a theory that I am sort of coming up with based on the kinds of conversation about manhood and all that stuff, right? So, all right, let's watch a little bit of Kevin Samuels and then we will talk. Let me grab a computer real quickly, separate computer. See what is happening at work. All right, good.
You too. Have a good day. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. And I'm serious to the previous caller. You ladies think by going back and forth with the man that you're proving a point. All you're proving is you haven't learned anything. That's why I said I feel sorry for your son, because if that's how you talk to me.
Oh, by the way, thank you, Alex. This is going to be really triggering. So if you are just trigger warning, right? Let's go. I'll explain some things in a moment. I think that this language and this approach to the conversation around abuse particularly in the Black community, I think it's very, very dangerous. And as I said in the description to this video, if you're saying, oh, this is irrelevant, why are you doing this? Who cares about this? There are bigger things happening. I am not here for that conversation. So you can leave the comment if you want. You freedom of speech, even on this channel, even though I'm not the government, allowed. But that's not the conversation I'm trying to have, right? And this is our platform, and we decided this is what we're going to talk about. So here it is.
Talk to men around him. He is learning that it don't mean shit to be a man. You mothers of boys emasculate the French toast out of men around their boys and got the nerve to say, he's going to be a fine man. That boy is going to grow up. Hopefully, I hope he has. It ain't looking too good. I mean, it just doesn't work out. Domineering mothers don't raise strong sons unless they are blood relatives or committed mentors. Not, I just take him to church and he's around men. That woman has no idea what's going on. You picked a dude that couldn't keep a job? Well, why'd you pick a dude that you really don't even know where he is? So it's you. You came from a broken family, like so many of us do. Now you got a broken family, and it's all about you and a 10-year-old boy that you cannot raise into manhood. And if you think you can, you are sorely mistaken. So I hope if somebody around you can hear this, can say, hey, sis, you need to sit down and breathe and listen to what that man was saying, because you don't seem to realize your son is growing up into a world of women that operate completely different than even just 10 years ago. And if you're going to tell me, I think the future's looking bright, I don't know what you're looking at.
All right.
Look. I call it the color purpling of the Black community. I mean,
all right, stop. Everyone, if you are triggered, please, this is where it really starts. I gave a buffer so we can lead up, because someone emailed me and said I took it out of context. I can't with these people. Y'all will defend anything. People will just defend anything. Anyway, just bear with me.
Do we hear that women out here dealing with all this abuse? I'm gonna do the show on abuse next week because I'm tired of hearing this bullcrap. I'm sorry, I do not see women being abused. I don't see women. I don't see black women being physically abused. Never really have. I'm gonna just say it. I never really have seen black women being abused. In my entire life, I have known of one woman, and that was one of my mother's friends back in the 70s. One. And she and her husband, or she and her man, they would fight each other. One.
This is such a huge problem. I hinted at this. Hey, Pink Pill, please get me on this. By the way, Pink Pill, email me and I'll send you the link. Yeah, I would love for you to hop on. You can I'll send it to you over Instagram, actually. No, never mind. This is such a huge problem. Like, how is he able to just completely disregard every research, every social science research from the DOJ, like literally every government agency, every acronym, right? Reports on how hard it is for Black women generally and what the stats are like when it comes to domestic violence, not to mention the people who don't report it, right? So on one hand, we have people who are being abused and reporting, which far outnumbers other race of women, right? But what we're not even adding to that are the people who are unlikely. Black women are, and it's such an interesting dichotomy between what is happening online and what is happening in the real world. It is interesting in that there are groups of people. I know For Harriet did a live where they were talking about abuse in the home and intimate partner abuse and abolishing the police and abolishing the prison system. And I remember I was on For Harriet's page and I was going back and forth and she was engaging with me. And we were going back and forth because I could not understand how abolish the police and making decriminalizing, the video was about decriminalizing domestic abuse. And I was floored. Like in what world? So on one hand, we have men out here denying that physical abuse, but just abuse generally happens to Black women. And then we have women who are unwilling to report these abuse, and even of the people who are willing, they far outnumber those that won't. So I don't know. I literally don't know what to say here. But I do know one thing, and I'm going to pull up some stats in a moment. Pink. I'm going to pull some stats up in a moment because hey, Pink, I'm going to, let me send it to you. Sorry. Yeah, I do actually want you on for this because, I don't know, maybe I'm just completely out of it. All right, I just sent it to you. You should have it in your inbox now. But please come on so we can have this conversation because it is kind of frustrating to see people just completely ignoring the stats, people just completely ignoring everything that is happening. And I'll pull up something else, right? So I shouldn't even have to do this. And this is the frustrating part about what I'm doing, because it feels like I'm sitting here having to prove people's experiences. But I guess let's do it. So, by the way, this is from the Department of Justice for anyone who cares. It says an estimated 29.1% of African American females are victims by intimate partner violence in their lifetime, rape, physical assault, or stalking. African American female experience intimate partner violence at a rate 35% higher than that of white females and about 2.5 times the rate of other women of other races. However, they are less likely than white women to use social services, battered women program, or go to hospital because of domestic violence. According to the National Violence Against Women Survey, African American women experience higher rates of intimate partner homicide when compared to other white counterparts. Statistics show that African American women typically comprise about 70% of Black. Look, the thing is, it is dangerous for a lot of reasons, but it is one of the most important thing to me in this is that this person is here and he will cite everything to talk about obesity in the Black community. He will talk about the divorce rate and the single motherhood rate and all of that. He will cite those statistics, misinterpreting them, also talking about attractiveness and Black women are the least attractive. By the way, Black men are also the least attractive by the same. Anyway, we're not even going to get into that. So he'll talk about all of that. But when it comes to this statistic, right? Oh, I don't see it, so it doesn't exist. Anyway, let's go. Crystalline is here. Hey, how are you?
Sorry if the light's a little bit low. I'm actually at the club that I belong to. And I was doing some work and I was like, oh, I had to come on because I was like, this is something that I feel like definitely should be discussed. I also have some stats that I want to share as well. I will say this. You mentioned that when the stats are beneficial to certain groups of people, they can quote it like Bible verses, right? But when it looks derogatory towards them, then it doesn't exist. It's a complete lack of empathy.
Yeah.
And just a disregard. And these are the men claiming to love Black women so much. You claim to love Black women so much that you completely ignore what they go through. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I mean, you said this, and I'm repeating it now because I think it's such an important point. When the stats are not in your favor, are we just going to ignore them? Because it's one thing to talk about theories that we're making up, right? It's one thing to talk about, oh, this is really not happening. But when there are hard stats where people are actually dying, right? Mm-hmm. That is a problem. I know too many Black women personally who have expressed to me in private some of the horrendous things that have happened in their life. Some people who their family just kind of ignore. For the life of me, I didn't know this was a thing until very recently in my life, where the uncle who is perpetrating abuse against the child is still allowed in the house, is still allowed around the table.
That is what happened to me. So there's two things that I want to say really quickly. I had a literal uncle that my mother saw rape her developmentally disabled cousin. She walked in on him raping her. She told her mother and her grandmother. I don't know what happened. I guess they talked to him and nothing happened. Okay. So fast forward, this was before I was born. She was a little girl. When I get to be a little girl, she invites, and I'm just going to name him, Uncle Lincoln. She invited Uncle Lincoln over to our house to stay overnight for the weekend because she wanted everybody to see our brand new house. You know, and he was always a little bit off. Nothing happened, but she didn't tell me until after he died that she saw this. And I said, how could you, as a mother, a person who's supposed to protect me, how could you let this man in the home? And she said, well, he was sorry, and you have to forgive. That's a big thing in the Black community. That has this whole forgiveness thing has completely messed us up, because people are getting away with literal murder with this whole forgiveness thing. And
the fact that you just said religion, and part of the study actually highlights that very point. This right here. Culturally and historically, that I probably should not do that. So it says,
okay, we're waiting. I want to see. What's the hesitation?
Culturally and historically, African American women have been looked to as the protectors of their family and community. Some women may feel because of their religious beliefs, they must impart forgiveness for their abuser's behavior and endure the abuse due to religious obligation under Christian doctrine. This form of religious maternalism or caretaking towards their spouse casts them as their husband's protector and makes it more difficult for women to report their abuse or leave their abusers. This is coming from the DOJ.
Yes, absolutely. And this is something that happened literally in my own home. And couple that with, we don't want to put another Black man in jail. There's so much that goes unreported. I want to say something really quickly too. The reason why I did not go on that man's show was because after I agreed to go on his show, I decided to listen more. And this was my mistake. I should have said, let me think about it. So I decided to listen more so I could prep myself. And then over the weekend, there was a woman who called in, and she had twins. And she left her husband, and he was like, well, why did you leave your husband? And she was like, well, he was abusive. And he was like, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. You need to crawl back on your hands and knees and ask for your husband for forgiveness. Yeah, everybody's claiming, abuse. And I don't see it. And to me, like, there's such a hair trigger on that. It kind of makes me wonder, like, what does he do? You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing that you minimize abuse? Like, how are you treating your women that you can just say that, you're not really abused without even asking what it is that he's done? Like, you don't know, he could be raping those twins. You don't know, he could be punching her in the face every day she comes home. Like, you don't know. He never asked. And to me, I was like, this is very dangerous for me. I want my name. I don't care that he's got 1 million subscribers. I don't care. I don't want my name associated with a man who does not question things like that, because it makes me question, like, how you treat women. Like, how, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I like.
And I want to say something really quick. You guys there are 208 people in here right now. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up to at least 150. Come on, y'all. Let's do this, because this is a really good conversation to have.
Yeah, no, but I did watch that, and I most of what I see sometimes was the lack of any depth in terms of the analysis that he's going to do for the person that he's talking to. It's almost like there is an archetype in his mind of who he's speaking to, and the individual is removed, the individual's experience is removed, and you didn't get abused, you have children, and you didn't take care of what you need to take care of, you're aggressive, all of that, he just superimposed it on the person that he's speaking to, and then he just creates a caricature of a person. So I did watch that, actually. I'm
glad somebody watched it, because people were acting like they never heard him say that.
Yeah, I have. But I just think that, like, even for this minute portion in some people's mind, it is dangerous if we're not even in the same reality. Like, if we're talking about our experiences and there are people who are just unwilling to accept that it happens, how are we then supposed to course correct if no one agrees that your experience is your experience? Now, let me be clear. I am not of the mindset that you should, quote, believe all women. I am still aware of the history of certain women's approach to victimhood and how that has been weaponized against certain kinds of, very clear on that. But I'm not going to disregard people's experience just to push a narrative. Like that's what it feels like pushing a narrative. Go ahead. I interrupt, Chad.
Well, I mean, and there's so much resentment behind it. It's so much of, this is very interesting to me. A man who says that, particularly the women of his race need to be more feminine, like women of other races, yet the women of his race don't have the kind of protection and provision that allows for that feminine fallback. The feminine fallback is that you feel safe, you feel provided for, you feel secure, and so you can yield. What I see in these conversations is they want a yielding without any of this. And then they also want to other us. Right? For me, very interesting. I'm not saying he does, but men in his orbit will say, I'm trying to act like a white girl. Like, wait a minute, but I don't even want to get into their preferences and how they chase after white women. But am I a white?
No. We let's do it for 2 seconds because this bothered me. This actually bothered me. So, I just hinted at a history of certain kinds of women, white women in this case, using tears to get black men lynched, right? And someone reached out to me about the Steve Harvey thing, and a black elder who I'm going to meet with. I probably shouldn't say his name now, but he is a pretty big deal, and I made a video and he saw it and he wanted to speak with me about my voice. So we're going to meet, but he forwarded an email to himself and then CC'd me in it, where he was talking about sort of the use of white tears, he called them, to shame and kill black men, and Bill Cosby fell victim to that, right? Now, the thing is, and this is what I said, Bill Cosby was in fact into white women. Like it's almost as if we can be fear and talk about all the other stuff. I did a video on this. I'm not doing the Bill Cosby thing again, but he was into if we're saying these people are demons, which I don't agree with this assessment, but if that's what you're saying, how then do you justify his attraction and ultimately his legacy was part of this is now part of his legacy. So I don't know what people want. It's almost like you can take convenient facts only when they're convenient, right? That's what
absolutely is. Absolutely. And then alternative facts when it's not convenient. So that's how that works. But there is this for me, at least, and women who are like me, it's like, oh, you want to be white and you're black. And it's oftentimes, well, it's always 100% other black people, particularly the men, who tell me that I have no right to be in the way that I present. And there's this resentment, but then there's a resentment that I'm this way, but there's also a resentment that other black women aren't this way. But you're not providing an environment. I'm in an environment that I can fall back and be feminine. I can do a feminine fallback because I'm in that situation. But there are so many other black women who do not have that luxury. And I want to just say really quickly, and then I'm going to let you have it because I don't want to take over.
No. By the way, I'm doing 15 million things now because everyone is reaching out to me while we're on the live because people are upset, and I'll talk about that later.
Wait, why are they upset? Why are they upset? Are they upset because I'm on here?
No. Well, I mean, I'm sure some are. There are people who So a part of the elder thing that I just talked about, by the way, Arlita, thank you for your donation, is about so apparently there is a distrust between in the African American community, and I shouldn't say between, of Black intellectuals, right? There is a
Mhm.
and so the Black intellectuals are apparently not using what they have to uplift the Black community. I do agree in some part that there is a need, I think, of people who are PhDs and everything else to, instead of investing, to leave because of fear that they won't be welcome, right? The anti-intellectual sentiment. And so part of what he's trying to do is teach me how to quote unquote uplift as opposed to break down. So they're reaching out to me now, and I'm not going to say their names or anything like that, but I do think it's going to be a good conversation if we decide to go forward with it. Because I think there are people who think that I should be doing other things. So I'm looking forward to that convo. So it's not about you. You can stay on for as long as you want.
Well, you are a very intelligent man, and you are critically thinking, and they want you on their team. I don't blame them. I'm glad you're on mine now.
The thing is, it's funny because you say, I'm glad you're on mine. One of the first things that I did when I was going about is I reached out in some ways to everyone, every media, sort of YouTube content creator that I consume, I reached out to them because I wanted to understand where people were coming from, right? You're one of the few people who were like a big YouTuber who reached back and said, these are the things that we're talking about. And this is why. And then you invited me on and we had like this really in-depth conversation. And I got to see in real time the kind of cognitive dissonance that exists in the Black community, particularly
that was classic.
Yeah, particularly when it comes to protecting other people. And so it was a moment of clarity in that moment where I'm like, whoa, this is serious. Like, it's not one person who is on YouTube just beating that drum. It is having an impact on people. Like, there's still people in my inbox right now telling me that I should not talk about that. It's not important. We should just move on past it. And others defending there's foolishness that Black women are exaggerating their abuse. Like, what? The studies show that they don't report it.
Right. They did. Yeah. And it's like, this is a thing. Like, honestly, Themis, what it is they don't care. They don't care. And they're also more concerned with how they look and how it makes them come across than they are actually caring about the women. That is a sad fact, but it is the truth as a whole. And I would say this isn't just the men, the Black community as a whole just does not really give a crap about Black girls and women, not in any real way. They prioritize the boys and the men, and we're put to the side. We are there to be useful, to march, to procreate with, to be a sort of narcissistic supply to the worship of the men and the boys. But we're not, they don't value us. Like, you don't treat, I mean, think about how you treat things that you value.
No,
you know what I mean?
No.
How do you treat things? How do you treat something you value? Like your law degree. Let me just ask you, how do you treat your law degree? Is it framed? Is it protected? Like, if there's a flood, you gonna grab it? Like, how do you treat things that you value?
No, I think that's an important question, and I do agree with the sentiment, particularly because, so when it comes to women, I think the notion about womanhood is about fundamentally sexual pleasure. That is the beginning and the end. Because I realized one of the comment was, I had a man named Mr. Witty on, and he describes himself as part of the LGBT community and whatever. And people are like, he does not get to speak. And it was almost like, do Black people not have gay children?
Right.
Like, how does he not
I'm
have
like,
a voice?
I have a gay child. What are you talking about?
But not only that, it's like, if we cannot see beyond a woman's ability to pleasure us sexually, then we only regard them as sexual objects. Like, full disclosure, let's do some. This young lady has been on my channel before. She was my mentor in law school, right? She is the one who taught me how to do an outline, how to do well in contracts. She gave me pretty much a blueprint, right? Then she forced me to take a clerkship before I understood what a clerkship was and how prestigious it would be, right? Then she reached into her network of people at big firms, and that is how I ended up at one of the biggest firms, right? Like, so it was interesting to me that people are like, oh, we don't care about your degree. Okay, sir, stay over there and don't care about her degree. But in my experience, anecdotal experience, she was there for me. We're not going to sit here and shame Black women for getting degrees.
Right, exactly.
Like, we're not going to do that. I'm sorry. We're not going to do that. The anti-intellectualism in that sphere is ridiculous.
Yes.
She's going to be mad because she said never to talk about it. But I had to. Like,
yeah, no, but it is there. You know, there's definitely an anti-intellectual narrative. It is a selective use of statistics. I wanted to just say really quickly, and I'll send you this link too, just so you have it. Themis: Black women, the forgotten survivors of sexual assault. African American women are at disproportionate risk of sexual violence, and this was. This was published in February 2020 in the Public Interest. And so here are the stats. And I'm sure there will be people who will say that it's fake because they didn't walk out of their door and see it. It must not be true. But for those who kind of can take on nuance, here are the stats. For every Black woman who reports rape, at least 15 Black women do not report. 1 in 4 Black girls will be sexually abused before the age of 18. 1 in 5 Black women are survivors of rape. 35% of Black women experience some form of contact sexual violence during their lifetime. 40 to 60% of Black women report being subjected to coercive sexual contact by the age of 18. By the age of 18. 17% of Black women experience sexual violence other than rape by an intimate partner during their lifetime. Now, this is where it gets really sad. More than 20% of Black women are raped during their lifetimes, a higher share than women among, another share than women among overall. So it's like, it's very weirdly worded. A higher share than among women overall. Black women were 2.5 times more likely to be murdered by men than their white counterparts. So are we making that up too, KS? Yeah. It's made up? And more than 9 in 10 Black female victims knew their killers. Black women also experience significantly higher rates of psychological abuse, kind of what this guy is doing, including humiliation, Miss Average at best, insults.
Yeah.
You're going to die alone. Name calling and coercive control than do women overall. So those are the facts. And I'll put it, Themis, is it okay for me to put the link in the chat box?
Yeah, if you can.
These are the made up stats, right? That just don't exist, that we're just making it up. Abuse doesn't exist. There's just this contempt. The thing is that really gets to me is that there is this palpable contempt that men like him have for Black women, and the need that you feel so small, that you need to feel that somebody is beneath you for you to feel valuable.
Oh, wait, pause. I need to play this because you literally just said the next thing. By the way, welcome, Camille. Thank you for that super chat, Dog Energy. Let's play this. So I know you know who Chrissy is.
Of course, yes.
She did
Love
a
Chrissy.
video on Nature Boy. And I'm just going to play the beginning of this video because when you talk about feeling small, this is part of the theory that I'm developing, and this is what he had to say. This was in 2020, mind you. So this is what Nature Boy had to say. Let's turn up all the volume so we can hear clearly.
Oh, I can't wait to hear.
Oh, it's very telling.
I think I've heard this too, but it's shocking nonetheless. I'll be shocked all over again.
Yeah.
I'm an insecure little boy inside.
Why? Why are you an insecure little boy? Why?
Because I feel like I'm not allowed to be a man in that world. The white man dominates his environment. I'm not allowed to dominate my environment, and I'm upset about that. A man is supposed to dominate his environment, but we get treated like little boys in that environment, and I hate it.
Act like little boys.
That's why I'm nowhere near. I want this shit to be over with. I want to rule the earth. I want to walk around and be the man. I want to dominate everything. I want my woman to look at me like a king and submit to me and respect me highly. But I don't never want to be dominated by no woman. And they give y'all power so that y'all don't feel like y'all need us. So we feel emasculated, and I feel hurt inside because I can't be a man. That's why.
So you guys just hurt.
All right. So that sounds like you need therapy.
Yes. And you know who else it sounds like? It sounds like Eldridge Cleaver.
It sounds like all these people that I'm hearing on, like there is a unwillingness to admit to this depth, like the actual feeling of inadequacy, right? Because the point at which, right, let's think about this, right? We talk about how Social Security and so how public assistance remove Black men from the home, how the prison industrial complex disproportionately disenfranchise Black men. Like, I'm all for this conversation. My problem becomes all of these racist things that you see in your mind that affects you, but uplifts somehow. It doesn't affect Black women, but it uplifts them. I don't know how.
Right,
but
right. Somehow, yes.
Let's say it does. How then are you mad at the Black women who are actually doing the things? Like, maybe we need to figure out how to support Black women. Then maybe it is a matriarchy, right? Like, maybe that's how we overcome, but like to drag down the people in the community that are doing the best,
that love you the most,
yeah,
the resources to help you, who are motivated to help you, and it just doesn't make any sense. The very backbone you have such contempt for. You ignore our needs, our issues, our dangers. You tell us anything bad that happens to us, we deserve it. You tell us we're not worthy, that we're not feminine. Like these men are at the teat of us, and yet they treat us so badly. It is an abusive relationship. And for me, this is why they don't like me, because I tell Black women, you need to get away from the abusive relationship. Because what do abusers say? Abusers say, no man is ever going to want you. You might as well stay where you are. Where are Black women going to go? Like there's literally men on on YouTube who say, you know what? We don't really care what Black women complain about, because where are they going to go?
Yeah. Not only that, but in his statement, he just said, I'm taking notes, I want to dominate my environment.
Yeah, I'm going to dominate my environment. Mm-hmm.
So again, this is not
about... He beats these women.
No, I read some of the book. I didn't read the entire book, so I won't go in detail about one of the ladies who came back from there. There have been countless stories about people who are part of this cult and what happened to them. But it is not about overthrow. It seems to me, let's preface this, it seems that some of these people aren't about overthrowing white supremacy. They just want a Black sort of patriarchy.
Yes, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm going to tell you something. And I'm going to be so honest with you right now, Themis, that if I had to choose between a white patriarchy and a nature boy patriarchy, I would be like, what do I need to do? Like how many black cards do I need to turn in? Like, is there a special passport? Like, is there a fee? Like, if I had to choose between the patriarchy we live in now and a nature boy patriarchy, I know where I would go. Like, these men want to just dominate. Like, they don't even want to compete against the men. They just want to subjugate the women. And here's the thing, it's like white men aren't even subjugating their women like that. Like, I don't understand where they're getting these ideas that, white men are just like going around beating their women with sticks. And, that was 100 years ago. Like, nobody's doing that anymore. But I feel like, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like a third world country idealization of what they think white men do, because white men aren't doing that. I don't get it.
I think if you want to reject white supremacy, I don't know why you're then trying to adopt this caricature, like you just said, of the 1950s.
Mm-hmm. Right. Like, and I mean, and they weren't even doing that like that in the 1950s. Yeah. Like, this is like, like the whole rule of thumb. Do you know the rule of thumb is like, oh, you can beat your wife, but the stick can't be any wider than your thumb. Like, that was like a couple hundred years ago, I think. Like, this is where these men still, like, that's where they want to be. Like, and it's not like, okay, like, here's what I noticed. Asian men, they have their problems too, but they're trying to compete with white men. They're like, you know what? I'm gonna be okay. You here? I'm gonna be right here. Like,
and they're winning.
They're winning, like winning. And what I'm not seeing from us is just it's almost like a giving up, but it's like, let me hold on to that last vestige of whatever power I have. I'm not going to compete with the Hispanic men, the white men, the Asian man. I'm going to compete with my woman so I can subjugate her. And I feel like KS is sort of like the Pied Piper of bringing women to these types of men, because he systematically tells them every night that they are worthless, that they are not enough, and that they don't deserve what they think that they deserve. So they might as well settle for this. Yeah. That's how I see it.
I mean, thank you, law firm mentor. Black women miles behind white men. White men are evolving to become more than just providers. Why then should Black women remain with Black men? I think also, like, I don't understand why there is a fear of competition.
Right? Oh, you know why, Themis. You know why.
No, the thing is, I have been in mostly white spaces, and I can tell you, intellectually, you can do this. Just try.
I know.
Try. Like, I promise you can do this.
Right now, Themis, right now, I am at an exclusive club in downtown San Diego. And I am here. I am the only Black person here. And everybody knows my name. People like me. I can hold it down, have these conversations. I'm connecting. I'm going to be presenting here as a coach in next month. Like, there's just this fear that it's like, oh, we can never do it. It's like, yeah, but here I am. And so, like, part of what I do is try to tell particularly Black women, you can be here too. Like, it's really not like all of this idea of like, oh, it's just so far above me. No, it's not.
No, it is definitely not. Like, that's for me, like, it is one of those things that I find disheartening, because I do think that a lot of people sort of far too often romanticize what it is like to be, I don't know, maybe a doctor or a lawyer, or to be in these clubs. And I promise you, these people are not gods. No one is.
I promise you too.
Like, it's not that difficult. God. Just try. Like, I have been in meetings where I'm just sitting there like, wait. How am I not the partner? Like,
you're like, you're doing the whole little thing. Like, remember that dog it had his ear next to the Victrola, and he was like, doing that with his ear. Like that's how they look when you realize that, wow, you really aren't. I'm smarter than you. You know, we really need to get over this fear and intimidation of the other, because it just really is. And then this like filling in the gaps by making things up and like saying, oh, this is how they are, this is how they think. Like, how many white people do you know? How many white people do you hang around? Oh, well, yeah, I work at the FedEx distribution center, and you know, Cletus, the guy who I stock boxes with, told me, you know. Like, I feel like people need to get out more. People definitely need to go out more.
Yeah, I think we are behind a sort of facade of what it means to be, I hate this phrase, but high value. But I think that part of it, like, let me just say, I think someone said this is kind of tone, but it would be that they have an overwhelming fear of failure or something. Yeah, I do accept this. And this is part of the problem. Someone said this is tone deaf. It isn't. I think I like this. I like this comment when you say it's tone deaf, because what you're implying is that I am ignoring systems, and I am not. I promise you I'm not. What I'm saying is that I get that people are afraid, but I'm telling you that the people at the top aren't the brightest.
Yes,
and
exactly.
you can do it too.
Exactly.
So,
And that's the thing that I really try to communicate, is that you understand locus of control, right, Themis? So when you have an internal locus of control, you believe that you have some impact on the world, that there are things, yes, there are challenges, there are systems put in place that are challenging, but you truly feel in your heart of hearts that you impact the world around you, and you can make a difference in the world around you. When you have an external locus of control, you believe that the world happens to you and that you don't have any say, that you just are you're a helpless baby, you know, floating down the Nile River in a basket, like just hoping somebody comes to save you. Like, you have no control. And a lot of these conversations and the frustration that I have is that I feel like today's Black people have such an external locus of control that they just feel like they can't do things. Like, how is it that 100 years ago, when there was literally the Klan stringing up people from trees, that there were Black lawyers and businesses and thriving communities and people who were doing something? Like, how is it that things were so much worse back then and people still managed to have some say over how they maneuvered the world? How is it that my dad, who was born in 1922 with an 8th grade education, still managed to buy a home and still get a pension and, you know, die and be able to and buy real estate? And by the time he died, the house was paid off. My mom still gets his pension. Like, is it harder now for my father, who was born in 1922? Like, we have been so brainwashed into thinking that we don't have any impact over what happens to us, that we are so helpless against things. And it's,
you want to know something
not
funny?
true.
It's kind of interesting because I do think you and I have very different political beliefs, but I do think so for me, and a lot of people get annoyed with me on this, and it is hard for me to accept that people have no impact on their outcomes, right?
We agree.
I cannot accept structural determinism. But I get when people push back against it, because for a conservative, it's pull yourself up by the bootstraps. And for a super progressive, it's like, well, what if you don't have any boots or any straps, right? And for someone like me, who I don't identify anywhere. Politically, honestly, I feel like they're both parties are kind of trash. For me, when I think about kind of how do we move forward in the self-help atmosphere, right? It would be literally counterproductive of me to believe, on one hand, that you don't have any impact on your outcome while teaching you, in my mind, how to be a better person. My second channel is about how to do resumes, how to do schooling and all of that stuff. I have to fundamentally have the belief that you, even if you believe it is work twice, I think the adage is work twice as hard to get half as far. Even if you believe that, there is some level of agency, right? And I am unwilling, and I know this is bad, and Ados gets mad at me for this. I am unwilling to release that we have agency. Like, I believe we have some agency. But I do think this might
Well, if we don't have agency, then why bother being Ados? Why even fight for reparations?
Right?
I mean, if nothing we do matters, then why even bother?
Yeah.
Right? But what I want to say this is that why does it have to be one extreme to the other? Why does it have to be so binary? Either you believe, either your bootstraps pulling up, or you believe that, you know, that nothing you do matters. There's this whole gray area in between here. It's not these two extremes. There's a lot of gray area in here and a lot of wiggle room. This is not to say that there is not racism. Like, do I think that I've experienced racism? I know I have, but it hasn't. If I would have believed that I couldn't, because I listened to a lot of these people who you hear on YouTube, if you would have listened, Themis, to a lot of these people on YouTube, where would we be? Like, we can't have these narratives that we can't win, that the system is so corrupt that we can't win. And so that's why I love having you in this space, because you give a really balanced perspective. I'm probably a little bit more, over here, but you have the background of doing the hard work, but still also having the empathy and understanding. And I have the empathy and understanding too, but I absolutely, like you, absolutely refuse to accept that we have no impact on the world. I absolutely refuse to accept that. I do.
I think this is really important, because I do think this is fundamentally what my conversation with this person is going to be about. And I do think that this person teaches how to be better. I'm not going to say in what, because this would probably give them away, right? This person teaches how you can develop in different areas, right?
Do I know him?
You probably do. Yeah, you probably do. No, he is pretty. Let me stop. You probably do. Most likely do. I think half of the people here, if you know me, you probably know this person, because you're teaching someone how to be better and how to build generational wealth. I think your argument is moot if you don't believe there is agency.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't say the system is so entrenched in racism and bigotry and institutionalized whatever isms that you can't win, yet you're teaching how to win. Like, which is it, bro? Is it we can or we can't? Like, can we do it or can't we do it? And like, for me, yes, things are going to be harder. Things have been harder my whole life. All my life, I had to listen. From a dark-skinned chick, all my life is my story too. But I navigate, I can say to myself, okay, these are the facts. Like, these are the things. Okay, I'm not light skinned. I don't have, the good hair. Okay. All right. That means that I'm probably not going to get like this 6-figure Black man that wants the white women or the light skinned biracial women. Okay. So let me go over here. Okay. So I can't get into Harvard, but I can get into Loyola Marymount University and graduate cum laude. Okay. So here's where I'm going to do. Okay. Well, I can't, I'm not good in math, but hey, I got the gift of gab. I'm going to become a publicist. Oh, I can write. I'm going to write a book. Simon & Schuster says, yes, we'll publish your book. Like, you just get in where you fit in.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Rude boy, I remember your comment, by the way, where you talked about intellects leaving the community. You sent me 3 videos that I watched, right? And it's interesting because Sean also asked the question about should we divide between the sort of diasporic Black versus ADOS, right? I'm not going to answer that question. ADOS already think that we should, and I think they have very specific interests that they're after. So maybe I don't know.
I mean, I'm ADOS.
Yeah.
So do I get to say?
So it's interesting to me because before the pandemic, I have not done this. Full disclosure, I have not done this during the pandemic, right? I used to go to high schools and teach young people. I went to Louisiana during my time in law school to help get people off death row. By the way, when I read some of those, when I read the facts of some of those cases, I do still think that the death penalty is not okay because the government should not be able to kill its citizen, particularly when they can make mistakes, right? Like, that's the easiest out of that. But after reading some of this, I'm like, okay, I get why people would want retribution, right? But I've been out here kind of doing work, and I don't promote it. I'm just now starting to talk about it because my legitimacy in terms of the input, in terms of Black community and how my engagement with Black community have come into question. And it's almost like if you say anything that might seem controversial, let's use that, then there is this need to reject you from the community, and a need to not accept that you could potentially be beneficial, right? So it's interesting because I've spent my entire life since I went to undergrad trying to pour into the community that I found myself now belonging to, and I support divesting insofar as I think women should find where they are appreciated, and the loudest voices seem to be abusive to Black women. That's what I've seen. But I don't divest from the Black community insofar as I am trying my best. And divesting personally does not mean you divest, in my understanding, divest because you're helping other women too. So
yes, absolutely. Like, I'm not completely divested. No. If I were completely divested, I wouldn't even be here. I wouldn't even be sitting here right now.
Which also means that which also means, like, if you're helping Black women, are Black women not a part of the Black community, or is being pro-Black man? And I'm a man and I benefit. Like I pointed out this Black woman who helped me in a lot of ways. So I benefit from this need to help Black men. Like, I've benefited from that. The difference between me and someone else is that I'm going to invest back into the people who invested into me.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to just leave. So a ramble. I want to get to this video in a moment now, since we've been on. And this other person, I've never said his name because I don't want to. I wanted to watch some of this because it is a mess. And I don't know who told these people they should be giving advice, but what did Dean say? Here, ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, let's go.
Tell me if you've seen this before too. Girls who are super, super confident, extremely successful, so pretty, like drop dead gorgeous, have everything going on for them. They're always single.
And then on the other hand, guys who are super attractive, confident, super smart, everything, they're always in a relationship. Am I making this up, or have other people seen this trend too?
Before we get into the meat of this video, I want you guys to rewind back a little bit. Notice her body language. There was 3 things I took in. She has her legs open, look like her feet is on the dashboard, which is masculine energy, what a man would do. Number 2, she has a gold watch on, which is masculine. And number 3, she's pointing and waving her finger and doing all this stuff and everything like that. That's dismissive, rebellious, argumentative, combative behavior. So right there, strike, 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 3 strikes you out. Now,
okay, before we even get here, who are you to be striking people out?
Right.
I'm sure.
Wait, strike out of what? Like, but what's so funny is if she was like, "Hey, baby," he would be like, "I just don't believe it."
Oh, this bravado. It's like. By the way, this is not a legitimate analysis. I just want to take a break from the rough stuff and get into like a more calm, because I would not waste my intellect.
Right. A gold watch is masculine? Wow.
Yeah.
Somebody told Tiffany that.
So this is just for fun. Not disrespect you guys with this, but I think it's funny because this man really is out here giving advice to women. So let's continue.
Yeah. Okay, this is funny.
Let's get into what she's actually saying. Let's chop that up. She said, if you haven't noticed, girls who are really confident, really successful, and really pretty, why are they always single? Versus a guy who's really confident, who's successful, who's smart, why is he always in a relationship? Well, I'll explain. For all you ladies, I'm going to help you. See, you don't understand what a man wants. You've been looking into the media. You've been following all these different narratives, and they've been telling you, oh, act like a man. And what it's doing is it's caused you to get a job. It's caused you to go to school. It's caused you to exhibit masculine traits and behavior.
So you heard that.
Right, yeah, getting an education. What is this guy, 15 years old, trying to lecture what women should be doing? He's like 12. 12 years old. Somebody go change his toddler's diaper. Where are his pull-ups? Did somebody warm up the peas? Organic peas. They have to be organic peas mixed with the bananas and the applesauce. And just shove it in his mouth so he can shut up.
So this is him. Apparently he is big. People have been sending it to me. So here we are.
This boy is 12 years old. Like, I can't even listen. He's 12 years old, 15 max. Like, come on. You can't take these kind of men seriously.
No.
You just can't. But I want to just say this. I was looking through the thread of the comments, and there was somebody who said the Black community is so divided. Why is it that when we talk about the issues that Black women face and how we have challenges too, that we're here too, that we're suffering too, that we are being divisive? Like, there is the problem, I think, between you and I, and this is, I think, what we have in common, is that we represent diversity of thought within the Black community. But for the most part, from what I've seen and experienced on social media, is that there's not really a very big welcome space for Black people who have a diversity of thought. And so that I think is what the problem, because if you have a diverse opinion, and if you're not in lockstep, if you're not in goose step with the community, the narrative, then you are a traitor, you are divisive, you're a coon, you're all of these things. And so for people who care about that kind of stuff, like, I honestly don't care. They can call me whatever they want to. I don't care. Like, my family's still gonna be my family. The people who love me are still gonna love me. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't want to be accepted into a dysfunctional, abusive relationship. Like, you don't want me? Good. Thank you. Like, I don't want to be with that abusive boyfriend. I don't want to be in that abusive family. So if you don't want me, good, because I don't want you. That's how I feel.
See, my thing is, I don't mind rejection. I think rejection is not a bad thing. I care about why, right? I care about why it is that you are rejecting me. Let's see, Themis, these divestors are total evangelists, and it can be annoying. I think that Crystal and Karazin here. Just my observation, converting the masses. LOL. Okay, so
well, I think this is the guy that you're talking about. So he's rejecting me, and I think that that's okay to be rejected by him. It's very consistent with what you just said, and maybe let's explore why he's rejecting me and my narrative. That's interesting.
The thing is, you and I disagree on, I think, a lot of stuff, even though we don't talk about it. Maybe not a lot of stuff. We disagree in some areas. And we can have a civil conversation because there are similarities in a lot of things that we talk about. I don't know why it is that you have to either fully accept a person's idea or fully reject a person's idea.
It's like this whole tribalism. It's like the Yankees or I don't know. What's it called? Rivals? Yankees?
Wrong person. Wrong show. I wish you had done a soccer analogy.
So somebody in the chat has to say, it's the crosstown rivals. Either you're a Yankees fan or you're a something else, Red Sox fan. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel. Dodger, I don't know.
Yeah, no. That's the thing. Like, you don't have to.
Red Sox.
There are
Red Sox.
There are people who you might not agree with everything that they say, but once in a while, they might say something that does have and can add value to your life. And I don't like the fact that people are like, oh, you are divesting. Okay, you don't like divesting, right? Fine. I'm completely fine with that. Why are people divesting? Is there a legitimate claim for divestors? And if so, are you willing to talk about that? Like,
no, they're not.
I mean, I think a lot of the times, and I do get a lot of pushback because I get a lot of people on here, even from the manosphere, who come on and people say, why do you do that? Like, we don't care. Dean just called it an echo chamber. The funny thing is, I try to get as diverse a voice as I can. This might be one of the very few channels that people from both areas can actually come on and be sort of reasonably accepted in some ways.
That man is being emotional. You need to get out of your feelings, because Themis has people on here all the time who disagree with him, and he gives everybody a high level of respect. Like, you must be new here, because you're being very, very emotional. And I can tell you that as a feminine woman, it's very, very hard for me to bask in my femininity and fall back into my femininity when you're so beta right now. So I'm just gonna say that. So
I mean, no offense, cut me some slack. All right, slack cut.
But yeah, no. In all seriousness, though, Themis, is that you have a very balanced way in which you present, and you don't just completely agree with me 100%. I don't honestly, I don't think that anything that I've heard you say that I disagree with. So I don't know, like, what you think. You don't disagree with me, but there's not really been anything that you've said that I've disagreed with.
No, I think maybe, I don't know. I actually thought I had something, but I know there is a tendency to sort of lump me somewhere. Like, the first couple of people who came on my channel decided that I was a super progressive, right, person.
Mhm.
Then another group came on and decided that I was super conservative. And these people are adamant about my political stance. And it's really frustrating because I could care less about both parties. Like
Me too.
my political principle is not tied to a party. Someone was like, "Oh, but you have Obama and Michelle behind you," because I am reading them.
Right. I mean, like if you haven't, as a Black person, read those books, then what's wrong with you? Like those should be they're on my shelves.
Yeah.
They're on my shelves. Like both of those books, like Obama and Michelle, and I have the journal. I got like people know how much I love Michelle Obama. I got it as a gift. The
I heard you
journal
talking
that
about
goes
this,
with
by
the
the
book.
way.
You have it too?
Yeah, I heard you talking about it, and I didn't finish
Our
it yet.
people. Oh yes.
I didn't finish it, but the people have bigger things to worry about because these colorists and like
I know.
the elites are.
We should talk about it. We should talk about it.
Oh, are you done?
I'm not done yet. No.
Oh yeah, we can definitely do
I just
this.
started reading it a week ago. So
I have met people who were described in this book. Anyway, yeah, we should talk. We're not going to get into that now. But
I think that that's a really good.
this. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to
Well,
continue.
I have to go actually because I'm meeting some friends for drinks in a bit, which is why I'll just up. But this was such a pleasure, and this is a very, very important conversation. I want you to know how much I respect you, respect your intelligence. I respect what it is that you are trying to do. I love that you try to be very thoughtful and balanced in the way in which you attack these issues, and that you have a very strong spine. There's a lot of people who don't have that strong spine, and you have to have a strong spine when you are on the YouTubes. You have to have that.
By the way, before you go though, I think we need to do more of these conversations because I do like it. We need to get more people.
I do too.
But I do like that we are able to talk like this. Thank you so much, and I do appreciate you so much for everything that you do, and just the fact that you took you were supporting just a random person on these internet.
Oh, you're not random. No.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
All right, you guys subscribe to him. He should have more subscribers. Right now, there's 272 people in here. You guys should have it at least 200 people. So when I get into the chat, I want to see 200 likes here. All right, guys. You guys have a wonderful weekend. Pinkies up. And Themis, you keep doing what you're doing because you're amazing.
Thank you. She just made it crystalline clear.
Bye.
Bye. All right, DJ.
Hey, Themis.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to talk to you. I love your channel.
Thank you. Wait, before we go, for the moderators, I just dropped the link. Please keep copying it and dropping it in there. I apologize. I should have done that better. All right, go ahead.
Oh, I just came by to tell you that I love your channel and I love the conversation that you are having. Just hearing you and Crystalline talk back and forth was very insightful. And I don't know, I just don't understand how I don't know, in the manosphere, how they can't really have the conversation of how to treat women appropriately without it getting so just hostile. And I feel like from like when I, I listen to people like Chrissy, Crystalline, many of those women in that realm. And when they give me as a woman trying to like date, navigate, and all that, when they give us that advice and that tough love, I can take it and I can just consume it without this extra just, stabbing at men. I just don't get that.
Yeah, no. Oh, Crystalline, thank you so much. Thank you, Themis, and the chat for such a warm welcome. EXO. Yes, thank you so much for being here. I really enjoyed being with you. DJ, thank you so much for that, though. I appreciate it. I know that for a lot of people, there is a sort of, in their mind, this is an echo chamber, but I am really trying to be as inclusive of different voices as I possibly can. It is difficult, I think, when there are people who are unwilling to engage in conversation. And part of that is because I do think there are people who understand that they are arguing from a weak position. And because they're arguing from a weak position, they don't want to really engage, right? They don't want to really engage in meaningful discourse because it will show the weakness in their argument. But thank you so much. By the way, keep going. If you have if you have questions or anything, please let me know.
Oh, I mean, I'm willing to talk with, anybody else who enters the chat as well. I'm just excited to be here, honestly.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just, I just think that, I just feel like we just need to, as, I don't know, Black men and women, we need to get back to, as much as a civil discord as we possibly can, because the internet will really tell you that we hate each other, and I would say from a mixture of group of my friends, I have friends who have been in like we talk about on this channel, my friends who are successful, they have jobs, they've dated down. I also have friends who have, dated up as well. And it's I don't know, it's a weird mix. And I'm just I think we need to just get back to the basics in some type of way if we can. But
Impossible Nothing. First of all, who twist your hair because I need mine twisted. Second, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing all right. Wait, you asked who did my hair?
No, I'm joking. No,
okay. No, I did my own hair, but that's all right. But nah, I like what the previous guest just said about sort of returning a level of returning to basics, because it's when I was looking at the video that you had put up earlier, the younger dude who's I guess giving his breakdown or whatever. The thing I said in the chat was that and this is something I usually come back to, is that people a lot of times they start to gender things that don't really have any business being gendered. It's they keep saying that having an education or having the confidence to go out there and be successful, whatever, is masculine or whatever. Now, I'm not going to act as if those aren't traits that a lot of people don't find attractive in men. But the thing is, that's not a quote unquote masculine trait. It's not an inherently masculine trait. It's the trait of a mature person. So when people keep saying having an education or being a go-getter and all this sort of stuff is you sound like you're a man or something like that, just because someone prides himself on that, it's no, that's what a competent person would be like. And I think a lot of times people will do well to just I never like to try and say just fully dispense with any sort of convention of gender in terms of gender roles or what's masculine and what's feminine, because I think that differs across cultures. But it's people sometimes I think would benefit from just looking at each other firstly as just humans, and stop with the dogmatic stuff, because when we don't, we get lost in the sauce of what is considered masculine, what's considered feminine, because there isn't even a what's the word I'm looking for? There isn't even an agreed across the board model of what's masculine, what's feminine in American culture alone, and much less not only in American culture, but much less international cultures. So when people keep saying, "Oh, you sound masculine, you sound feminine," it's nah. It's they sound like they have their own personality, their own character, and that's the thing that really that really makes me uncomfortable, rather, about a lot of the things I hear when it comes to say that gentleman's video or much of the other manosphere type of things like Kevin Samuels, is that it starts to become very dogmatic, very cult-like, and where they're espousing things. Because I was raised Christian, and right now I'm in a place where I'm not fully as zealous as I used to be. I'm a little bit skeptical of my faith. But the point is, coming out of that culture, I know just how injurious to communication it can be when you become overly didactic about your own personal dogma, about your own personal interpretation of anything, whether it be scripture, whether it be of social conventions of what's masculine, what's feminine, or anything. Because then you become like not to be insulting to anyone, but a blockhead who's just butting heads with other people.
I actually have to now play some more of this because this is the same guy that said the 3 S's. I'm not going to tell you what the 3 S's are. He's going to tell you what the 3 S's are. So everyone can mute their mic and we'll listen a little bit more and then continue because you just said we'll get to it.
It's causing you to exhibit masculine traits and behaviors, which is causing you ladies to be single, which is turning us off. I don't care about a super confident woman. I don't care about a super successful woman. Heck, looks aren't even all that great, especially if it's something long term. See, that's what you guys get it wrong. Ladies, you think because you're really pretty and you look good I should be in a relationship. No, when it comes to guys choosing women who they commit to, we take our time. Now, when it's time to smash and blow your back out and pull your hair and do all type of stuff and get it in, listen, sex is nothing. A lot of guys will drill a hole in a tree and do their thing, right? But when it comes down time to invest our time, resources, energy, attention, all that stuff into a woman, men are extremely selective, most of us, right? So just because you're really pretty doesn't mean you deserve a guy's commitment because commitment sacrifice. And if a man is going to be with you, that means he's sacrificing a lot to be with you. Most likely he's monogamous and he's going to be committed to you. So he's going to pour a lot into you. So you just can't be attractive or be good looking and say, well, I have a nice body. I should be in a relationship. No, you have to have more. And that's what you ladies are not taught. You're not taught how to bring more to the table. She didn't even talk about, okay, I'm submissive. I can cook, I can clean, I can iron, I can go pick up his dry cleaning, I can rub his back, I can rub his feet, I can run his bath water, I can do all these different things. She never said anything about that. Only thing she talks about is masculine traits, her being super confident and successful, and what does that got to do for a guy? See, that's what turns you ladies on. So you think that, since men are turned on, we're turned on by that, so men should be turned on too. No, you're confused. You have to understand what us men want, and this is why you women are always single. You're always getting pumped and dumped. You're getting ramped.
All right. He said sex, submission, and sandwiches ultimately, but I don't want to hear
I feel
that.
like I'm spending way too much time dealing with other people's problems.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Oh, I'm
Go ahead.
sorry. It's Darsh. I just feel like sometimes, I don't know, if I damned if you do, damned if you don't was like a poster, like Black women, like we're the face of it, honestly. Because I don't know, what he said even from the beginning made no sense. Even when he was like, her watch, her the way she has her feet up against, like what was that?
No, I actually let me add just for people. I'll add you in a minute, Dean. I love that he
that
said
woman
that.
was white. That woman was black.
I love that he said that though, and the reason I love that he said that it is because you can make anything masculine and anything feminine. Like it is whatever you want it to be, and so you are correct. There is no winning. You don't win. You get femininity if they think you are attractive enough, and you get masculinity if they don't think you are. You get femininity if they like what you're saying. You get masculinity if they don't. Right? Like there is no winning. There is no winning. So instead of trying to contort yourselves, I mean, let me not give advice. Continue. If you want these kinds of men, go ahead and contort, I guess.
It's a moving of the goalposts. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's a dog chasing its tail. That's all it is, But the one thing I want to say is, as far as what you guys were discussing earlier, I some of the stuff was just crazy talk. The fact that people acknowledge racism doesn't mean that you can't succeed. It just makes it harder. In order to fix something, you have to identify it. That's like saying somebody pushes you down and you complain about it. Why are you playing the victim? And then
But I will correct that though. All right. So I would have objected if I heard that, so maybe I missed it. But I don't disagree that they are legitimate victims in the system that exists. I don't object to that. What I object to is this defining structural determinism in a way that prevents any kind of agency, even to the extent that you have to work twice as hard to get half as far. There is some level of agency. Now we can disagree.
But I mean, in my personal family, my grandfather, my grandparents, they grew up in the South. They moved to the North. They have. He didn't graduate. He graduated high school. He worked at GM. They have a blue collar black background. My grandmother worked too. She also worked and raised the kids and was the housewife. They had 5 houses. They have 5 acres in Ohio and 4 houses in Buffalo.
But before you do this, Bishop, Themis wants to be the only intellectual black man on the show I see. What's going on here? I'm about to get on the so-called panel. Please don't do that because Impossible is extremely intelligent. Also,
I guess I'm not liver. I guess.
The stream is full, so I'm going to just kick some people out. I just kick Z out because Z is fine. DJ, I'm going to kick you out for a moment. You can come back in because I want to open up space for dissenting opinion, apparently. Go ahead, Katrina. I apologize.
Yeah, but, so you have to acknowledge, just like abuse, you have to acknowledge that abuse happens in order to fix it. So to say, I would rather have white supremacy versus what Nature Boy is having, that's not even a choice.
Wait. No. Okay, wait. So she did clarify and said she would like, because this is white supremacy, right? So she's saying, I would rather live in this society than go to whatever Nature Boy is doing.
Yeah, and that's not even, nobody's saying, nobody's getting their tickets ready to go. I understand, there are white cults too.
But I don't think you understand. Like I get the disagreement with what she. If you disagree with what she said, that's fine. But disagree with what she actually said. She's saying that she would live in American society as it is right now, rather than go live with Nature Boy.
That is a false choice, and nobody. I mean, come on now.
No, okay, it is a false choice.
That's a false choice, but.
It's not you're saying it's a false choice, and I'm saying, okay, fine. But there are women who are making the decision to step out of this quote-unquote white supremacist world in order to go live with Nature Boy. There is a choice.
But like 50 women out of how many black women in this country?
No, so she's saying she would never be one of those 50
I understand
women.
she would never be one of those 50 women, but to say my grandparents had all this and not acknowledge that a lot of people, when, like we were talking last week, they got about Tulsa and what happened there. Every time black people get something, they figure out ways to tear it down. And like I said, in my family, I have a successful. My sister has 2 houses in Hawaii. I have my own house here. I'm not doing as successful as my sister. She makes.
Wait. Okay, stop. I apologize because I do want to So you guys are saying it is a false choice that she's created, but what we were talking about was Nature Boy, right? We were talking about Nature Boy and women who are choosing to go live with him. And she said Crystalline said, I would definitely prefer to live where I am now than to move and live with Nature Boy. This is under the umbrella of the conversation about Nature Boy. I don't understand. I am legitimately confused.
Yeah, and I was confused why that was even brought up.
No. I'm confused with your objection.
My objection is the fact that you don't have context or history into the conversations. She was like, if my grandparents with an 8th grade education can achieve all this, my grandparents achieved all this too. I understand. I'm not saying, but they also had to deal with racism. Racism still exists. You have to diagnose the problem before you fix it. I'm not saying it's not binary. Because racism exists, I can't get anywhere in society. I'm just saying it makes it harder.
And I don't think anyone disagrees that it's harder for a Black person in a racist society to go further.
Yeah, well, that's what she was saying. She was like, if my grandparents can do it, why are you complaining, basically?
No. That's unfair, though. She's comparing people now to people then. Under Jim Crow, for example, there were people doing well. Now, there is a good argument that
there are people doing well now. Like I said, everybody in my family has their own house, has their education, but we're not disagreeing that we're not sitting here saying that it wasn't difficult. I have very successful family members.
All right, let me.
Wait.
Impossible. I'm going to put you in the studio for a minute. Wait. All right. So, Crystalline is back. Thank God.
Yeah.
Because I don't like talking for people.
I saw that you were, and I was like, okay, let me come back here really quickly and clarify. What I find very unfortunate in these conversations is that people, and I understand that there is there are emotions attached to it, and there's ego attached to these things, and so people have a hard time separating. But we were talking about in the context of Nature Boy. He had just finished showing a clip of Nature Boy, and how he feels so emasculated in white society, and he feels like he is entitled to subjugate people, particularly Black women. And I said that I would rather, and I stand by it, and I said what I said, I would rather live in this white patriarchy than in a Nature Boy situation where that man, and nobody was saying that Black men as a whole would provide that kind of patriarchy. Nobody said that. But we were talking in the context of the type of men who feel like they need to have their foot on top of somebody's neck to feel like men. And I do not appreciate, nor will I be, that footstool for a man like that to prop his foot on. So I want to be very clear. What you're arguing is not what I'm saying. And this is the frustrating part of what it is that I do, because people try to pigeonhole me and say things that I didn't say. I mean, we can rewind the beautiful bean footage, because that is not what I said. Also, what I said was that yes, racism does exist. Yes, it is harder. But
you even said you experienced racism. Like you.
Yes, I did. I literally said that.
But everybody experiences racism in different degrees. It is not it's not the same for everybody. And it depends on where you live.
All right.
I think regionally,
I think the point is getting a bit muffled, but Crystalline came back and clarified her point. Do you now understand?
Okay, about Nature Boy, which I had never heard of Nature Boy until just a few moments ago, versus white supremacy. She'd rather live in white supremacy. I get it. In America as it is right now, which to me, of course, who would choose that?
So what is the objection?
Women are choosing that.
Oh, true.
I understand that, but it's a cult. Not everybody chooses to live in a cult. There are LDS cults, and
and I don't want to live in those either.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't want to live. That's not the conversation that we need to be having. I said.
So then blame me for bringing it up. Because what I was talking about is Nature Boy highlighted for me a psychology that might need to be investigated in terms of the lack of power, and maybe why people feel like they need to down someone in order to, like the pink pill just said, Crystalline, prop themselves up, right? That's what I was talking about. This is the context of the conversation. And then Crystalline just eloquently explained that what she saw in the conversation that we were talking about, which included Nature Boy and these women who are being abused at the hands of Nature Boy, where other people are saying Black women don't get abused, she says she would like to stay still in the society that she has now, as opposed to go in under Nature Boy's kind of patriarchy, which also subjugate men, but I don't want to get into that.
No, they do. I mean, he does. I mean, I watched a documentary, and the man is clearly the reincarnation of like every weird cult leader from the 70s and 60s. He believes in beating his women. He doesn't apologize for beating his women. He believes in having multiple wives. I mean, he's not somebody to emulate, and he's definitely not who I'm saying is a representation of all Black men. But we're talking about, in the context of this conversation, about a man who says that abuse of Black women simply does not exist. And
everybody knows that's crazy.
But I wanted to say something really quick, though.
No, everyone does.
I just want to say something really quick, though. I would love for Black women to, as a whole, to stop being so hair triggered about the image, upholding the image of the Black man and defending the image of the Black man, and completely ignoring the things that go on with the women. Because can I just finish? Because a big portion of what I talked about earlier was contextualized in this conversation, where I actually showed statistics of your sisters who are suffering under this. And your response to me was to defend this type of abusive man.
I wasn't defending that man. No, that's not what I never said. He was anything worth having. I'm just saying he's a cult. He is not. He is an exception. He's not the rule. Now, Black men do.
Is your objection? Wait. Is your objection
men
that
in general are abusive?
Katrina. No, I agree. Women are abused more than, like, women are the one being abused. Now, women do abuse men in some cases, right? But overwhelmingly, it's women getting abused, and Black women particularly. But when you say men are abusive generally, I think I don't know. Are you trying to erase the fact that Black women are disproportionately being abused?
No, I'm not erasing that Black men, Black women are disproportionately. No, I see it. I know it to be true. I have seen it up front. But I have seen it. I have seen it. Abuse happen.
your objection, wait, there's a lag, so apologies. I'm not trying to cut her off, and I don't think she's trying to cut me off. I think there's a lag. But so your objection is that this is a false choice, and Crystalline should not have brought it up.
No, I mean, she can bring up whatever she wants, but it is a false choice.
All
I
right,
think
so
most
false
women
choice.
choose.
Wait.
Most women that I know choose to have agency
All right.
and
All right.
a certain amount of independence.
But do you understand? Do you understand why it wasn't a false choice in this conversation? Because I brought it up to highlight the women who were being abused, and Crystalline is, I don't understand those women. I would never do that. In fact, I would prefer this messed up world, if you want to consider it messed up, than to be abused in that way. So I think maybe your issue is with me for bringing up the topic, because it's not a false choice in the context of this conversation.
I mean, in the context of your conversation is not a false choice, but I don't think that this is happening on a mass scale enough to make it part of this conversation. That is not a representation of Black men. I do understand.
Fair enough, but that is on me.
So,
can
I ask a question?
I will call out a Black man if a Black man needs to be called out.
So, do you think that the statistics that we named off at the beginning of the show were prolific or notable enough to actually be a thing, or is that marginalized?
I agree. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the nature boy.
Okay.
And,
well,
okay. But if you never brought up and said, I would rather be in the white supremacy than the nature boy, I wouldn't have had any problem. I would have moved on.
So Katrina, no, Katrina, I'm going to mute you for a second. I apologize. I try not to mute people. We are not going to disrespect each other. That voice that you just did is utterly disrespectful. And please don't do that. Crystalline came back. I don't understand some of what is happening in terms of your objection. But no one is going to disrespect you. I will not stand for anyone disrespecting you.
But I just want to say this. I do understand where this comes from. We are literally, as Black women, trained to be very, very defensive of the men and the community. And as much as hold on, honey, I will let you say what you want to say, but just hold on a second. And to the point where we don't even realize how knee-jerk of reaction that we have. And so your affectation of my voice as to be like a coon, because I said I don't want to be in a cult with a man who used to be a porn star and a gay prostitute and a huckster, simply because he is Black, over the situation that I'm in right now. I'm living real nice, honey, and I would never give up all of that. And if that makes me a coon, then let's go and be a coon, because I'd rather be white supremacy than being that. Okay, we could do that. But I just want you to know that I didn't send for you. You came for me for no reason other than to put me in my place, for absolutely no reason.
Okay. Moving on. I also do think that we on this channel have glamorized whiteness to a point where it doesn't.
Okay, stop. Absolutely not. See, this is something that we're not going to do. I have not. This is frustrating to me, because throughout the show, I've talked about how Black people are just as smart as white people, if not smarter. And I'm not saying that as a biological difference. I'm saying that based on the white people that I meet, they are doing really well, but they're not like like any smarter than a black person that I meet. And so for you, no, she cannot finish her point, Dean. Absolutely not. We do not glamorize white people on this channel. I reject that. Absolutely reject it. I've talked about this many a times about the black positioning and how extremely intelligent black people. No, we're not going to do that. So if you have another point, please make it. Do not.
Okay, never mind. Thank you. Bye.
All right, bye.
And so I just want to say, like I said, I want to just clarify because people misconstrue the things that I say all the time. And it comes from a very emotional place where people literally are saying things that I said that I didn't say. But I will say this, in my Nini voice, I said what I said. If I had a choice between living in the system of patriarchy under whiteness and nature boy with no home, no infrastructure, no medical care, I'm gonna have to share dirty penis and be beaten regularly so this man can feel good about himself. If I had to choose, any level-headed person would choose this. If you, because you love blackness so much that you want to do that, then you're the fool, not me. And so that's the point that I want to make. And that was a choice that was brought up in this context. And so I feel like we as Black people, like we really need to be able to contextualize things and address the actual thing and not the emotionality of what we believe things are. Because you're so quick. And I hate this, that it's the women who do this all the time. Like the machine is going because the women, like, can you just think about yourself? Like think about your interests. Like think about what benefits you. Because what I don't understand is that we ignore what benefits us. For example, I'm not going to speak for this woman, but it'll be that same narration of the type of rhetoric where Black women will be vehemently opposed to interracial relationships and interracial dating.
Themis, I'd like to talk after she's finished.
And they will say that they would never, and they shoot it from the rooftops over and over again. And you're shooting yourself in the foot, because what is wrong with, even if you want to only stay with a Black man, what is wrong with giving them some competition? When you say that no matter what you do, I'm still going to be here and nobody else has a chance, what motivation does that man have to do right by you? And so what I see a lot in my work, because of, just how I came to this platform through the book Swirling, is that Black women in particular, are so conditioned that they are working against their own interests and just totally ignoring the things that plague them, the things that hurt them, and the things that hold them back. And so I just want Black women to be a little bit more savvy and maybe sit back and not be so hair triggered to defend the men or say that you're always going to be available to a group of men who clearly enjoy all of their options. Why not give them some competition? Like in romance is competition. Doesn't Kevin Samuels talk about you must compete? Like, why aren't we doing that? So ladies, just be a little bit more judicious about whose neck you come for.
Go ahead, Dean.
All righty. So this is going to sound weird coming from me, because me and Katrina probably don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. Even with some of her statements, but I was actually curious to hear what she had to say, just personally. And I didn't think she came off as disrespectful, but I do notice that there are a lot of disrespectful, I don't know if they're bots or actual people, but there are people who are very disrespectful to her. And maybe I'm just being a beta. Is that right, CK? And Crystalline, believe it or not, I like your stuff. Like I like some of your stuff. I mean, Scratch. Your comments on that black girl in the show, that sci-fi show on Netflix, spot on. Your comments on no wedding, no womb, spot on.
Great.
But where you lose me is where Katrina was going, and I think it was actually an interesting conversation, because it like what does that mean? You know, uplifting white supremacy or being pro-black, or things like that. And personally, I am not a person that polices who people have preferences over. Like if you prefer a certain skin tone, a certain hair texture, and I personally prefer. I personally prefer black women, like melanin, the natural texture. Like CK, you're beautiful. Like no one could take that away from you, obviously, right? So like, there's nothing more beautiful than a black woman to me. But if you like a white woman, or if you like a white man, and it's not out of some place of personal, I don't know, hatred of like self-hate, then that where you start uplifting, like, because what I saw what was happening here, and it was getting in a very dicey situation, and I actually wanted it to continue, because ultimately where you were leading was ADOS blacks have some type of deficiencies with all these statistics, and that's where that was.
No. You can no. But see, I don't how are we? How do we go there from so the stats are real, right? We agree that the stats are real. We're talking about the stats, and from that you extrapolate that we believe that there is a deficiency in ADOS men. Like, I don't understand.
I didn't genderize it.
In ADOS.
But we were talking about the abuses that black women face in America. I don't think anybody is arguing that that black women of the diaspora are not abused. I mean, hello, Boko Haram. I mean, it's pervasive and it's happening everywhere. But since we live here and we live in America, you know what, I can't bite off more than I can chew, right? So I'm going to talk about the things that I can have a direct impact and effect on. I can't be all things to everybody. Right. I gotta pick and choose the things that I want to talk about a la carte, okay? Because if you're trying to be all things to everybody, then you're gonna be nothing to nobody.
Right, and that's fair. It's a free country, right? And I'm so glad you brought up Boko Haram. That was interesting. Kudos to you. Where I take issue is, and I've seen this where people in your community that you've built, and you've done a great job building that community, they turn into these evangelists and start critiquing and calling. They call Katrina super mammy. You don't know who she's in bed with. You don't know who she's married to. Like that's where it's becoming this.
Okay, so what I need for you to do, Dean, is hold me accountable for the words that come out of my mouth. Okay, that's what I would like. I would not. You know, if you had any type of platform, I would not go into your platform and say, oh, somebody in your chat said this, therefore you mean this too, or you're saying this. So I'm going to need for you to hold me accountable for the things that actually come out of my mouth.
And what I'm going to need you to do is to understand what I said. I didn't say I was saying that you were advocating for that. I said the community. I did say community.
I think that's a misrepresentation. I think that that yes, there are some people who are zealots. Not all of them even follow me. Like I'm confused as to why. I mean, there are several other women who talk about the things that I talk about. I'm not sure. I'm not talking like a special handshake. Like, how do you know they follow me? Like,
I'm not.
Like, do they have a special name in the chat?
Don't take it personal. Like I said, I like you. I am rooting for your success, and I'm rooting for everything
But
black.
you saying the thing is, you saying you like her, someone saying, "Oh, I like you," and then go on. It doesn't mean we cannot just talk generally. But you said, I think, Dean, you said I should have let Katrina speak. And so, if Katrina is here, please come back if you want. The thing that I will not abide is being accused of uplifting white men. Like, I don't appreciate that accusation.
Right.
Well,
it's just an ad hominem attack.
Yeah.
Like, it is. That's all it is.
Wait, Dean, go ahead.
The thing is, we don't know where she was going. We don't know where she was going.
No, she
but
said
here's the
this.
thing, though, Dean.
No.
When you insult
She didn't
somebody,
explain why, but she
when you
said
insult
this.
someone, when you insult someone, because she made an affect to my voice to make it sound like I'm some Sambo coon sitting on the porch, you know,
I hear you.
in Masta's feet.
You did call me beta. I'm more of a gamma man. But I hear you.
Did I call you a beta? I don't recall
the
ever
respect
even
should be
addressing
there.
you.
I'm not offended.
I don't recall ever even addressing you up until now. So like I said, I'm willing to be accountable for the things that I say out of my mouth, but please don't hold me responsible. I'm nobody's mother except for the children, Kayla, Zachary, Chloe, and Emma. Those are my kids. And I am nobody else's mama. And please don't hold me accountable for other people, but I'm willing to stand behind everything that I said.
You want to know something?
Question for me, with what I actually
You want
said
to know
out of
something?
my mouth, I'd be happy to answer them.
You want to know something interesting? You didn't call him beta. You, Dean, you may have forgotten, but you said you guys might call me beta for this.
Yeah, like, I never called you any name.
Yeah, so I was the guy that said cut me some slack. You know, when I sent in the super chat, and I'm not offended. Like, I'm not a person that gets offended.
Call me whatever you want.
yeah, like seriously. Like even if this is called an echo chamber or whatever, that's fine because I'm learning a lot over here. Like I'm really learning a lot. But if Katrina's on, I could go back. Love you guys. Love being black.
Yeah, well, she's not on.
Me
but
too.
The thing is, someone said, "The Smile Adventures, thank you so much for that." What is going on with people joining the convoy not understanding the context? We're so confused in the chat. Hang it up, flat screen, Nicki Minaj. The thing is, someone very important to me just pointed out that I should have let Katrina finish. So I will take that L and say I should have let her finish. I'm very annoyed when people accuse this platform of being anti-Black and anti-Black men. And the reason is I spent a considerable amount of time learning and trying to invest. And so when it comes to sort of the conversation that I'm having and the kind of amount of energy that I'm putting in to this channel, I promise you it is not to uplift anyone but people who are trying to uplift themselves. It's not to educate anyone outside of people who are trying to educate themselves, right? Katrina, she's been on a lot of the times. And when it comes, and yeah, Katrina left of her own accord. I did not kick her out. But when it comes to the conversations that we're having, Katrina was not willing to accept that maybe she misinterpreted Crystalline's point. Maybe she already had a preconceived notion about Crystalline. And so when Pimpil spoke, she just decided that's what she meant and that's what I'm going to go with.
And that's a frustrating thing. It's like hold me accountable for what I say. You know, don't misunderstand what I say. Don't mishear what I say and then say that I said these things. It is extremely frustrating. And it's like, I want to think we can be better and smarter than this and not be so emotional because you've heard maybe some things that you thought I said. But clearly this is an example of people hearing something totally different from what I just said. And So it's like I don't know what to do with that.
And unfortunately, what also happened was that we took the heat off of the abuse conversation, because like I said, I was interested in seeing where that was going to lead to, because the stats are what they are, and they need to be addressed. But when you start using stats and making inferences, it gets a little interesting without context, by the way.
Wait, how do you contextualize what the stats here?
So if we're looking at where these DV, I'm going to try to be careful in my language of where these, because if you look and see where these DV, I guess, occurrences are happening they happening in these highly crime-ridden populations? Are they happening in the suburbs? So, that's a little bit of more context, right? But to just blanketly say, oh, they're happening and Black men are committing them, there's no context there, and you lose all nuance, right? And when you do that, people start saying, well, white people aren't doing that. They seem to be a lot better. Maybe I'll go over there and enjoy that.
But I mean, true. But
that's why I said I wanted to see where that conversation was going, because.
But it wouldn't have gone there though, because we all know that crime. Well, I know that crime is where poverty is, right? Crime and poverty, they just happen together, right? And so when we say the conversation about abuse was a conversation that was brought to you by your favorite YouTubian, Kevin Samuels, not UD, but who rejects the idea that Black women
are abused at all.
Right. And so for me, the conversation isn't even going anywhere. It's just saying Black women face abuse.
But Themis, you didn't do this, but somehow, some way, white men entered the conversation. How interesting.
Yeah, how'd that happen?
Yeah. How?
What was the conversation about white men?
How did that come? Who said that? Who talked about white men?
I don't know.
Are you sure, or are you just hearing things? Because I didn't hear that. I don't get it.
So it manifested out of the ether.
All right. So you said there was white men coming there. Come up. What was the conversation about white men?
There was a comparison between what happens in the Black, and maybe I'm making this up.
Yeah,
you are, dude. Am I in the Twilight Zone, Themis? I swear to God, sometimes I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Like, did I leave my body, go to a parallel universe, and then the person from the parallel universe came here and said a bunch of things, and then person went back to the parallel universe, and I came back, and I'm like, is that what happened?
You're brilliant.
About white men.
I can't take that. I can't take this away from you. You're very brilliant, but I was being a little bit facetious, but you interjected that into the conversation. You did that, and I'm not trying to be rude. I'm being respectful of the platform, but you did that. Okay.
Wait, all right, but no. All right, she interjected white men into the conversation. What did she say? Because I don't remember this. So, no.
I said white patriarchy. That's what I said. We were talking about that in comparison to a man who I think is a psychopath. I think he goes beyond sociopath. He's a psychopath. But we were talking about in the construct of his desire to want to dominate, like the dominating society, which are white men. So I guess you could pull white men from all of those different parts, but Kristen wasn't up here talking about kill a white man. That didn't happen.
Maybe I misheard something, but was it something along the lines of, if I would choose to be with Nature Boy versus what was that? A white person? Maybe that's
no. The white patriarchal society. So
yeah.
So that's not okay. She's accepting the claim that this is the society that we live in is a white patriarchy, right?
I mean no disrespect. I'm just
No.
I make observations. This is what I do.
No. Yeah, but she's saying this society, as we people have said, and I conclude this, that it is a white patriarchy. She's saying she would rather live in this society, which we've called a white patriarchy, than to go live with Nature Boy. If that's when she brought white men up, I guess she brought
Like,
white
I mean,
men
do
up.
you think that all black men are like Nature Boy? Because I'm not making that assertion. Are you? Are you saying that black men represent Nature Boy? Because
No.
I didn't make that claim.
What I'm saying is that we need to deal with black men, right? We need to deal with black men who's causing this trauma with black women. But somehow, some way, and you're gonna gaslight me a little bit. Somehow, some way, white men were interjected into the conversation, like as a solution, I guess. And that's where
So
I think
is Themis gonna gaslight you too?
you know, I don't take offense to it. I've got very.
Wait, how am I gaslighting though? Oh my God, wait!
Gaslighting you.
I'm actually kind of confused.
It's making it seem like this topic of how white people got interjected in the conversation just came out of the ether, and I wasn't on the line when that came up. So you know, somehow, some way it did. I mean, Katrina even started asking the question. So you got two people here who made some type
and
of
I think these are based on preconceived notion about crystalline. Like,
Yes,
I
like that's
do
what I'm
think that
saying.
because-
It's a preconceived, like literally, I don't even have to say anything. I could just be sitting here silently, and somebody will say, "She said." Supercalifragilistic expialidocious. I heard her say it.
So before Katrina left, right? By the way, people who said I should have let her speak, had she stayed, she would have been able to speak. Like I don't just kick people off at all, unless like someone is being super disrespectful, right?
I mean, like, I mean, here's the thing. Am I so powerful to you guys?
Yes.
That I don't even have to say
you said
what
yes.
you're thinking for you to have it imbued into your consciousness that I am so powerful and I am so influential that I don't even have to say
Yes.
I can just think it and you really?
Yes, you're very powerful and very influential. I think
I
you
mean,
know this.
unfortunately, Pink Pill, I'm gonna have to agree with Dean here. You are very powerful.
Okay, but am I
influential.
so powerful that I don't even have to say anything for
Okay,
people?
that's unfair. I think that is like because the reason I know this is Katrina came on and she had an issue with what you said, but it wasn't necessarily what you said. It's how she felt.
Yes, it was how she felt, and that's the point that I'm making is that because it defies logic. Like, would you want your daughter to be in a nature boy commune, or would you want her to just have a regular life in St. Louis somewhere? Like, come on. But because it's me and because I said it, it's somehow offensive and it is knocking black men, and I hate black men because I don't want my daughters to be on a nature boy commune. I'd rather them live in St. Louis somewhere and have a regular life and have an opportunity to chart their own lives. Like, what you're hearing and what I am saying are not congruent. And
Right.
like, it's very, very hard to have intelligent, and I appreciate the fact that you're being respectful, but it's very, very hard to have an intelligent conversation. If what I am saying out of my mouth is not the argument, it is what you interpret. The energy, the aura of whatever, the voodoo, besides what comes out of my mouth.
Okay, for the sake of being respectful and maintaining the peace, I won't bring up Nature Boy anymore. Like I said, I'm interested in hearing where the conversation goes in terms of the abuse that's happening to black women, because obviously a lot of the perpetrators are black men. So, you know, I'll just leave it at that.
My solution is, well, not my solution. The conversation for me goes to, this should stop. To the extent that it doesn't stop, then Black women have to protect themselves. I don't know how, maybe using the systems in place, but there is also a secondary element, which is an unwillingness of Black women to talk about their abuse because they're afraid of what's going to happen to Black men. So,
Right.
yeah. And so for me, I think self-preservation requires you to talk. I'm not.
I don't know if you remember this, but Katrina on a panel made a pretty good input when she said, "I wish that we could create a safe space for women to come forward."
Yeah,
you know, like if a lot of this stuff is going unreported, you know, and then it's just kind of a domino effect. We should encourage women to speak up more, you know, and confide in I guess law enforcement. That's another issue too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, my solution is not to create a safe space for women to come forward. I think that is an add-on. My solution is for it not to happen. But I understand, like not my solution, but what I would want is not just a safe space for them to come forward, but it not happening. But I mean, I agree with that.
And I'm gonna jump off, but I'll finish with this. Divestors, like always, you have my blessing. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. You know, we didn't need it, but thank you. And I will say this, because I have to go too. I really, at 5:30 in 10 minutes, I'm meeting some friends. I wanted to say this. Black women, I want you to choose the best man for the job regardless. Like, I want you to understand that with choices comes power, and with power comes respect. But when you snatch your power away so that you can assuage the egos of the men, they are not going to respect you. They're not going to respect you for it. They're not going to reward you for it. What they're going to do is put you on the shelf like a toaster until they need you, until they want you, and they will take you down, dust the dust off, and when they're done, they're going to put it right back. And so what I'm saying to you women, Black women, is understand your agency, understand the power that you have, understand that there are more worlds than these. To quote the gunslinger, Stephen King's the Gunslinger, there are more worlds than these. And so I want you guys to understand that you have choices. And this is not about worshiping white men, worshiping Asian men, worshiping Hispanic men, and definitely not worshiping Black men. It is about not grading anybody on a curve, but picking the absolute best man for the job. Now, if people have a problem with that, you have to ask yourself, do they really love you? If they don't want you to pick the best man for the job, but they want you to pick somebody that makes them feel good, that it feeds their ego, then how much do they really love you? So that's what I want you to ask yourself. And so I will leave it there. And I'm sure people have all kinds of opinions, but I've been doing this for a decade and I know I'm right.
I hope this doesn't. I know this don't scare you, but I definitely would like for you to come back. So I'll email.
Oh no, this don't. Yeah, I ain't scared. I'm not scared at all. Like, I've been through this fire so many times. I have heard literally every single argument there is to hear, and I know what I know, and I know I'm right. And a lot of these women, if they just sit quietly and just get out of that space of being so defensive, if they listen to what I'm saying, they can't find any fault in it, because it's what every other woman on the planet does. She chooses the best man for the job. What kind of a person wouldn't want you to do that? Do they really love you? I don't know. I don't think so. But that's just my opinion. Take it or leave it. All right, Themis, gotta go. But thank you.
Thank you.
Interesting conversation.
It is.
Very spirited.
Thank you so much for being here too. We'll be back. All right. Nia, right? Nia.
It's actually Nia, Themis.
Thank you. I don't know that. Go beyond. I know you were on the screen. Could you come back on the screen so I can add some people who are like, I can see some faces for once. Let me add Impossible back because he's on the screen. Beyond, go Beyond. Are you here?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Are you not gonna come on the screen anymore?
No, that was an accident.
No, is anyone else going to come on the screen? I would like to see some faces now. By the way, while we think about this, I'm going to personally reach out to Katrina. I think I have her information. So I'm going to personally reach out to her and make sure she's okay. I did not mean for that to be an attack. So I just don't want her to feel like that was an attack. So I'll reach out to her. Marina, I saw you. All right, go ahead, Nia.
All right. So are we now back on topic with the
At this point, we can go wherever you want to go.
Well, you know,
Okay.
I'll just stay on topic in terms of Black women being abused and mistreated. For Mr. Samuels to make his statement, because that's all it was his statement to rile his base. And I'll use that term because I think a lot of these people in the extremes, in the manosphere and in the divested community extremes, use these terms to really just kind of juice up their base. And it's detrimental. What Mr. Samuels said was absolutely detrimental. I'm almost 48 years old, so I'm probably one of the older people on this panel. And in your chat, I discovered you, so I have to do a little fangirling for a moment because when I discovered you and I saw your middle ground road, I saw the facts that you like to present, your thoughtful consideration. I really enjoy that, especially since I have now entered these spaces that are with terms that were unfamiliar to me. I'm a little old school. So I have dated interracially myself my entire life before the word divestment or swirling or whatever ever came up. I do not put down Black men. I don't feel the need to put down Black men. I don't want a Black man to put me down. I don't feel that there needs to be a need. Do what you want to do unapologetically and leave us out of the equation. Now, back to Mr. Samuels. In terms of the abuse, again, I think that this is an act. I think it's meant to rile the base. It's meant to get that conversation going. And I think it really speaks to a lowbrow group of people to validate his points and what he's saying, and to really, again, devalue and to invalidate a Black woman and who she is. And it's really hard to see and to listen to. I really don't go to his channels. I hear about what he says from you guys, to be quite honest. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ever even heard of him. But
not me perpetuating the foolishness now.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have ever heard of him. He wouldn't have crossed my path. It wouldn't have been in my algorithm. But I learned about this whole manosphere thing, and I did ask my son, who is African American as well. Yeah, and I asked him about this manosphere thing. He had no clue. So I felt bad because now I introduced him to it, but he felt like, okay, this is ridiculous. What are these? This is ridiculous. I mean, he says, who doesn't want a strong, educated woman? That's because he was raised by a strong, educated Black woman. So again, I'm sorry, off topic. Going back on topic, to say that Black women are not abused, that this doesn't exist, I will say in my first marriage, I was married to a Black man, I was married to a white man. Both of them ended in divorce. So I'm not saying one race is better than another. So before anyone jumps on that. But in my first marriage, my Black husband, he would only become abusive when I was pregnant. So that's when he felt the need to buck up, man up, lay hands on, and become aggressive with me, was while I was pregnant. Now, I didn't experience physical abuse from my white husband. but it was more of a mental abuse, more of a controlling abuse. Because as you know, we talk about these spaces in the manosphere, and Black women don't know how to be feminine. They don't know how to lay back in their femininity. I did that with both of my husbands. I did not try to take a power role. I laid back. I was the mother. But I can only do those things in either situation if I can feel safe and trust the man that I'm with. And so, I'll leave that there, let someone else speak and not dominate the conversation.
No, I mean, first of all, thank you so much for sharing. I'm happy that you felt comfortable enough to share, and I appreciate it. And I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I know these conversations must be triggering for a lot of people who have experienced some of this stuff to hear someone say it doesn't happen, right? Like, anyway, I just want to say thank you for sharing. I do sincerely appreciate you coming on and sharing. And by the way, you guys can take up as much, you can speak. I try not to cut people off, and particularly when they're making their points. So I did it to Katrina, and I will definitely reach out to her. Marina is on. Marina? I guess not. Go beyond. Go ahead.
I'm gonna first address the first topic that was addressed within this conversation, which was the DV cases, domestic violence. So me personally, I have a sister to protect. So domestic violence will never be tolerated by me. It will never be undermined by me. Okay? The sheer fact that it happens is enough for me to speak out against it. That being said, I know some people who are going to see this are going to try, i.e. some Manospherians, they're going to try to detract from the overall conversation, which is how domestic violence affects women, specifically Black women at that. That's not the topic of the conversation. The topic, let's stick to the topic, it's how it affects Black women. And so what I was thinking as we were addressing, you were addressing this, you and CK both, was, okay, we notice there's a problem, how do we stop it? And I was like, yeah, there are things we can do, there are programs we can implement, but we have to cut it off at the source. The way I see it is there's a river above, sitting below a tub of poison, and the tub of poison is starting to overflow into the river. We cannot allow that to happen. So how do we stop the pool of poison from filling up? So what I think should happen and what I wanted to do, I remember Themis, the last time I spoke with you, I was talking about how I wanted to start Black Boys Rule and all that. I think what I need to put it down in the journal that I'm keeping of things to start with that is code of conduct with women.
Embedded in that code of conduct should be something about consent, because apparently people don't know what consent means. Before you continue, Mac Jr. says, damn, y'all acting like men don't get abused.
That's not the point of the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, I don't understand. Why do people think this is an invalidation of other people who are getting abused, right? Like the conversation, this is like people saying Black Lives Matter and someone going, well, all life matter. Like it is not the legitimizing, can't even speak, the abuse of everyone else in the world. Children get abused, men get abused, like a lot of different kinds of people get abused, right? But we are talking now about a very specific group of people because there is a denial of their abuse. And you are having this conversation, we are having it, and you decided that no, men also get abused. Like, I think maybe I should. I feel like I want to end the like. This is not okay. Someone is
also
on
lynched during Jim
screen.
Crow. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, someone is on screen right now who just talked about their experience, and we are. Sorry, let me mute this. And we are just going to brush past it. Like, oh well, women get abused, but guess what? Men get abused too. Yes. Yes, men get abused too. But women get abused at a disproportionate rate in comparison to men.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. But also, Black women get abused at a disproportionate rate in comparison to all others. I think maybe Native American were the only group that were in the same sort of numbers in terms of ratio. I don't understand why. And I know I can move on and I don't have to react to this. The reason I am reacting to it is, what is that inclination to say, but what about me? Why is there an inclination? Like, we're talking about protecting Black women in a more broad sense, right? We're talking about the abuse Black women feel, and not just feel, but the very real abuse that exists. We have on here multiple women. Crystalline talked about her own experience and that in her family. And we have someone else talking about their very personal abuse, and yet that's what, it's not just trolling, because Mac Jr. has been on multiple times. Anyway, I think we probably need to sit back and think about why it is that you felt the need to insert male abuse now.
I agree. Don't do that, because the way it was presented to us is that it was meant to detract from the overall conversation. See, here's the thing. I'll say this, and then that's gonna be it for any men who have been abused before. If your partner it gets aggressive with you, what you do is, you see that door there, use it. Use it. Get out of the situation, because if you stay, things might escalate if you're that type of person. And you just gotta leave. You just gotta leave. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you so much. And I'll add a caveat. There are reasons why people stay, but yeah, getting out of the situation should be the first step. I agree with that, but I do recognize that there are reasons, and if some people don't even know they're being abused, particularly when it comes to sort of verbal and mental abuse, even some physical abuse people are unaware of. But I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Actually, I'm I'm excited that most of the men that came on tonight were saying, yeah, no, this is not good. Nia Fox, the denial is dangerous. It is. Themis allows anyone to go off topic until someone says something he don't agree with. This entire show has been derailed. Now order is needed. I don't think that the show was derailed. I actually thought we were having the conversation, but go off. Let's see. CJ is here. Oh, what am I doing? Hey, CJ.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay, awesome. Well, I mean, I don't really have much to say. Everyone's pretty much said, something, a variation of this. But if anyone needed any more proof that this man, KS, has nothing but bad intentions for Black women, I think that this is the proof of that. I mean, his statement was so ridiculous. I have no words for this. How can you say that abuse doesn't occur? And to give his stupid anecdotal evidence that was also ridiculous, that he knew, did he say someone he knew in the 70s? I just don't understand. He has no protective instinct towards Black women. He sees Black women as a commodity, right? And he feels like Black women should be grateful for anything that they're given, for any scraps that are thrown their way. That is how he sees Black women. And so I really urge anyone who listens to him or takes advice from him to really reconsider if this is where this advice is coming from. This is his instinct. This is his platform. So I really urge people to reconsider if this is something that is actually beneficial in your life. And I would argue that it's not. And it's very harmful, as someone else already pointed out.
The thing is, and part of like I agree with everything you just said. And I think there is a need to just chalk this up to, well, it's just entertainment and it's not going to be consequential. I fear that people who take that route, they're just completely ignoring the real world consequence of something like this. And I do believe there are people who will not do research and will look to him because he's a man in a suit on a screen and think that this is true. Women are lying about abuse. And what does that say about the environment we're trying to create where women feel comfortable in coming forward? Like, if you hear that, right? Like, imagine you're thinking about coming forward about your own abuse, and this is someone you follow. Do you think you would, like, I doubt anyone who would want to come out if you're on the fence and you actually follow him. Like, I think when you have any kind of platform, but particularly a large platform, I think it is important that you are careful with what it is that you're putting out in the world, particularly when it comes to something like abuse. Because he's a statistician for everything else, except this. Go ahead.
But I think it was very intentional. He does not want to be careful. That's the thing. This is what he wants, right? This was very intentional. He wants to put this narrative out there that Black women are exaggerating, that they have been coddled, I guess, in some way by society, that they're playing the victim, and that they're not, and they don't need the protection. This is the intentional narrative that he wants to put out there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, I am with you. I am with you.
I absolutely agree that, I mean, he is what we used to call back in the day a shock jock, if you will. But I know we're in the YouTube sphere, so I'm dating myself here. And that's his whole point. His whole mission is to, I mean, what did he try out before? I think you posted it on one of your YouTube videos before, where he was like a perfume salesperson, and so he's tried himself in many different niches, and this one seemed to pay off, and it seemed to pay off at the degradation of the one woman that he called average, and that she would die alone because she wanted someone with 6 figures, and basically just to have standards and to match her own income. And I have heard that narrative so many times as a Black woman, as an older Black woman, where we were taught to struggle. We were taught that, you when you have a relationship, it's beyond the bumps and bruises. You can expect that with any relationship, but the struggle that you go through in order to have hopefully a successful relationship in the past. And that is encouraged, that is cultivated. And so he is perpetuating not only the struggle, but at the same time beating down Black women. And it is all for the dollar. It is not genuine. It is not meant to be positive. It's only meant to be negative, as we all know that, especially being out in these YouTube streets now, seeing all of these people become relevant on the backs of dating Black women.
You want to know something interesting? As you were speaking, someone actually wrote, he will continue to trend because y'all keep talking about him. By the way, it's interesting because every time there is a manosphere person who comes on, there is a kind of, oh, I am not really in the manosphere, but they will defend him. They know they can fight to the minute and the second of every video that he's ever created. I find that quite interesting. And in an effort to derail the conversation, it seems, they're saying, why, well, stop talking about him. No. I think it's interesting on a lot of levels, but I do believe he is the sort of, he's emblematic of a problem in our community. I do genuinely believe that. And our unwillingness to really show up in the world and do the work that we need to do, right? Part of the work that we need to do is protect each other. Each other includes Black women. And the unwillingness to do that, the unwillingness to say, hey, maybe we've been dealt a crappy hand, but my sisters are trying. My wife is trying. My daughters are trying. And they are doing well, right? How do I support them? But the reason most people can't do that is because there is a dignity issue, it seems, at play, and not dignity in the most sort of human sense of the word, but in terms of just this sense of entitlement. And it's pride, where if they do well, it means I am not good enough. Or if they're doing better than me, then there is a problem with me. Now, I don't know why people think that, because my mother has shown me what a woman can do when she sets her mind to it. And some of my mentor, she's actually younger than me. The lady I talked about in law school, Vanessa, she's actually younger than I am, and she is my mentor because she started law school before I did. And she's the one who taught me a lot of the things that I now know. If we continue to reduce women to just sexual objects, we will continue to miss out on tremendous amount of resource that they have to give us. And it's interesting because I just don't get why your masculinity is so fragile that a woman doing well and not submitting to you is a problem. Like, I just don't understand it. I literally don't understand it. And someone said it's masculine to have a job. It's masculine to get an education. Well, guess who is not masculine if that's masculinity? I mean, like...
And I will say this not as a brag, but as for all you women out there, I don't know all of the, ethnic makeup of the channel, but I'm sure that Themis attracts a variety of people. Get your education. I have 3 degrees. I have 2 licenses, and I am divorced, absolutely happily divorced. I am an empty nester. My 2 daughters are in university. My son owns his own home. He's a firefighter. He does other things as well. He invests. He's a landlord. I own my home. I have a pool in my backyard and everything else. I am very happy, very comfortable. If you want to call me masculine, far from it. I know how to very much lay back in my femininity. But again, that is only reserved for certain people.
Yeah. So Max says men are reduced to resources. I need to underscore something you just said, but it's interesting. Men reduce themselves down to resources.
Exactly.
You're literally telling women that their resources do not matter. And while you're doing... I'm so confused. This man, people are like, you need to be submissive, you need to cook, you need to be this, you need to be that. What you don't need to do is get a job. What you don't need to do is get educated, because those are masculine traits. And now you're saying men are reduced to resources. I wonder why.
But doesn't this whole concept of the high value man, isn't it all about his resources?
Yes, it is what value you can add to the world in terms of your financial resources. Like, I don't understand how you create these caricatures of people that men cannot live up to these standards, right? just as an FYI, let's be clear. But men can't live up to these resources, these expectations. Women definitely cannot live down to these expectations, because like you're wanting women to just diminish themselves, like go make a sandwich, but I have a PhD. Yeah, go home. Okay, sir. Who's going to provide for these children? So no one. We're just going to be in chaos. We're just going to be in chaos, because that's literally what you want, chaos. I don't understand it. And it's frustrating because like there are people who are deluded with this, and it's irritating me because there are people who actually, I've seen someone, this is one person, it's anecdotal, but I need to talk about it, dragged me for this. This person, I was helping them do something in order to get a job, right? Applying for something. And he was like, yo, the women just need to know their place. Well, sir, what place? You shouldn't be talking about any woman at all. Like, you have your life to figure out. Like, your life needs fixing first before you even consider a relationship. And unfortunately, a lot of people like try to get these accolades and resources only to get in relationship with people they see on the internet, which is a separate conversation about beauty and the currency of beauty. And actually, well, let's not go there. Go beyond. If you are back on the screen, you can come on. I'm trying to get people on the screen. Is this Therese? You're on mute. We cannot hear. Oh, I really wanted to hear you. Nope, cannot hear you. You can leave and come back, but I literally can't hear, and I really wanted to hear what you had to say. Magnolia. Hello?
Hello?
All right, it's not me.
Can't
All right,
hear me
good, good. Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Oh, goodness. I'm so nervous. It's my first time. But,
Oh,
I don't
you're fine.
I don't want to get off topic, because I will admit there was a time in this conversation where it was really heated. Just a little bit of backstory. I am a woman from the South. I'm a Black woman. And while I am not Christian due to living in the Bible Belt, and they can be very aggressive, I am very spiritual. And it's so frustrating because when you're a spiritual person, you want to see other people doing good. And you can look at people and tell when they're not doing good and when things are not in their best interest, right?
Yeah.
And when you were showing the video of the nature boy, I believe the one talking about how gold watches are masculine, or having a job is
That was a
masculine.
nature boy. That was, I think, Darius is his name, but yeah.
Oh, thank you. I kind of knew, but it's just funny to me, as in everything, not everything, but when it boils down to these conversations that we have, a lot of the times you have to look beyond what someone is saying and look at their character. And a lot of the things I see with people having these issues or having these comments from these men, like Kitty Sandals and him, it's a lot of insecurity issues. And I know that they are not in good faith, because even in the Bible, women work just as men. And it's just kind of frustrating because even in the Bible, let me see. I remember that there was a quote once where she is cloth with strength and dignity, and she can laugh at the days to come. She sets about her work vigorously. Her arms are strong for her task. And when the man sat there and said, oh, I don't need a woman who has confidence, I don't need a woman who has, a job or anything like that. When the men say these things, you can tell it's just not in their best interest. And it's like, why do people sit here and allow these men to give advice, and they heed advice from them?
Yeah. So the theory that the reason I use Nature Boy, by the way, is there is a mentality that I think exists, and I was trying to flesh out a theory about it. For Nature Boy, he said it explicitly. I think a lot of these men will deny this, but I do think the need to dominate Black women particularly comes from a place of insecurity, of feeling like there is no power, that they have no power, right? And the expression of power can be found in a relationship, particularly when we think about the Black church and what sort of things. And I'm not saying Christianity, because I can admit that maybe this is fake Christianity. I think there is a way in which we pedestalize men vis-a-vis the Bible, right? And so if you don't have any power in the world, or if you believe yourself to lack power in the world, you can always rely on you being a man, right? You can always barter with the fact that you control entry into a relationship, right? If women are socialized to always want a relationship, then no matter what you lack as a man, you do have some bargaining power, even if you don't bring anything to the table. And I think that a lot of people are able to capitalize on that, right? My thing is, I don't care about what people do in a relationship. Like, my thing is, if you want to do what you need to do, maybe it will mean that you're going to be single. Like, I am very straightforward in the idea that if men actually think like these men on the manosphere, and you care to date them, then maybe you shouldn't get that degree. Maybe you shouldn't get that job if those are the men you want. But if you really care about investing in yourself and developing the community, which I care about, then those men's opinion don't matter, because they're not the men you want anyway, because they're not looking to build anything. Like, it is impossible for you to justify building something when you are pointing out that the median income for a family, and I hate going back to economics, but let's do it for a second. For the Black family, a Black man, is below $50,000 in states where this is not like you can barely live with that. And this is not to bash anyone making less, because people do whatever. If you are saying that while you're saying women are getting employed and getting jobs, it seems like the women are able to add economic resource, not just to the family, but to the community. How is that a problem? I know how it's a problem. Pride. Pride is how it's the problem. And that's the problem. Like, your pride doesn't matter. Like, anyway, continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
No. Your points are completely valid. And I followed your channel for a long time enough for you to understand it. Yes, there's nothing wrong. Now, a lot of people, talk about how there's 50-50 relationships due to modern society. But I just say whatever works for you. It's like, what's so wrong with everybody using their knowledge to get their education, to get their job, to bring income into a household, into helping their family together, which could help other people around them? What's so wrong with it?
I think personally, only a weak-minded man will have an issue with a woman being educated and a woman being able to help support and contribute to the family. I will go back and use my own examples. Both of my husbands. So I learned in my youth to what I will and will not accept from my two husbands. Again, one Black, one white. My Black husband, and I'm Muslim, just so you guys know, Orthodox Muslim, even though I'm not all covered up. So I come from a culture that does encourage a level of submissiveness, but also encourages education. Also talks about women being strong and women having ownership of things and being in control. So it's not just submissive. There's a whole plethora. It's think of it as a pie, and there's sections of it that you encapsulate in your life. But at any rate, my first husband, I tried to be submissive and feminine with him. And in turn, what I got back was just an inability to be able to take care of the family or to step up and do the things that he needed to. He felt it was too hard and that it was too much and that it was all of these things. So then I took the lead. I took over. And when I took over, he felt emasculated. And he went and slept with women who were, for lack of saying this like I am putting myself above anyone, but he went to find the lowest of lowest women that he could be with because it made him feel superior. My second husband.
That's disrespectful.
Oh, did you want to address something in that, Themis?
No, I heard a conversation about Tabitha, but that's not going to happen on this channel because I do not want any potato salads over here. Go ahead, Nia.
I have an opinion on that, but that's none. I won't talk about it either.
No,
But
yeah,
at any
no, no,
rate,
no.
my second husband, he also wanted a submissive woman, but what he wanted was he wanted to be able to dominate in everything where I just didn't speak. So he would purposefully invite like Jehovah's Witnesses over to our home and engage them in conversations and things of that nature. And he felt like I should be quiet, serve, and be seen when he needed me to be seen. And that wasn't it either. I didn't go to school for all that education. And he had a misunderstanding of Islam as well, because it teaches us to be educated. It teaches us to seek knowledge and truth, not to be quiet and just, submissive means different things. It doesn't mean just shutting up and being a stepping stool in the background for someone.
See, plus even in Christian tradition, submission doesn't come until marriage. So I don't know why people are just running around talking about submission as if like women should just walk around being, yes, sir. So who are you? Who are you? Anywho, don't listen to me about submission. Please don't, because I am not a relationship expert. I don't know anything about how people should submit in a relationship. None of that makes sense. None of that makes sense to me. I feel like if your woman is an accountant, she should handle the money. If you're a chef, you probably should handle the cooking. I don't understand. I don't get it. So I have divested from that conversation. All right. Therese, I think.
Yes. Thérèse.
How do you pronounce your name?
It's French. It's Thérèse.
Thérèse.
Yes. I'm Black Canadian, French, and Anglophone. That's why my name is not like Teresa. About this subject, I find it interesting when it comes to someone like Kevin Samuels, where he would say things that are extremely wrong. And then you have a lot of men. I'm 25, so I would not consider myself young anymore. But you would have men of 40, 50, like my dad's age, that would agree with him. People that don't remember, I'm not even Afro-American, but, imperialism, American sharing their culture, everybody is like consuming it, so we are learning the good and the bad. When we learn that Black suffragettes were trying really hard to, fight for Black people's rights, but even in the Black movement, like in the 19th century, Black men would not want to allow them to have the right to vote or have certain freedom. There's a problem that arises between Black men that just want to be on top and not like the Black populace. And then during the 60s, you have all these people fighting, trying to make things right around the whole globe for the Afro-American population. And then to hear someone born in the 70s say that, yes, women don't really get beaten and, you should cook, you should clean. It's a bit crazy to me because in our liberal society, it is not productive. Not every man can be a 6-figure man to support a family. How do you want to pay for a house, for a car, for kids, for everything, and you're just the sole provider? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much about money, but how does that make sense in a relationship? How you two want to bring prosperity and give a legacy, to just be the only one, to not want to have someone that could complete you.
I think I just did something that I absolutely hate when people do. I don't know what you just said because I got lost in your accent. Like I really was just like, oh my god, you have the best accent I've heard. Like, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sorry. My friends do tell me I don't. So sorry. So I'm literally genuinely asking a question. How come these men are my dad's age and they really believe that women should only be in a kitchen and that a woman's education is not worth it when we're in a liberal society that where you need to have two people to bring income. It is not the 1950s anymore. And, rarely did Black people were able to afford having only one provider in a couple, in a family. That's why
I'm looking
women were
away from
nannies.
you. I'm looking away from you because I didn't want to get sucked in again. But I get your point, and I agree with you. Like, it's funny because I've heard some people rail against feminism, right? And like it destroyed the Black family and all of that stuff, right? Now, I'm not going to go into the waves of feminism. I'm just saying equality, right?
Yes.
Women can also work. Now, it's interesting when I hear this because if not for feminism, women would actually not be out there working. If, like people were talking about, that the government and institution does disenfranchise Black men in America. Sorry, I'm going to localize for a second. If it did, in fact, disenfranchise Black men, what then would be left of the community? Right? Like, we've accepted that the system has disenfranchised Black men and put them in prison, all of that stuff. And I agree.
Yes, there was a big trauma given to that ethnicity in the US. We're not the same way it is for First Nations.
Yeah.
We're not going to lie about that.
Yeah. And so if that happens, then what happens after sort of all of this stuff if Black women were like, okay, I'm not going to be a feminist. I am not going to go out there and work. I am not going to engage in any of this. Honestly, like, I don't know what that would mean. Like, legitimately, like, what would that be? I don't know.
I don't get it. Look, my grandpa was born in 1940. I'm half African. My grandpa could never tolerate any of us to not graduate and to not have our own jobs. No matter if our husbands will be the richest men in the land. He would never allow it. Someone born in 1940, during the colonial era where, people were separated and stuff, he would never allow it. So how come, an African man born before 1950 cannot fathom the idea of a woman staying at home? It's like, it is something he can, like, he's like, he doesn't like that. I don't want to be rude. He doesn't like this idea at all. So I'm really trying to understand these men in the way that, we can all disagree, but how can it make sense in our society for you to truly desire someone that cannot add value to your family? When you could be sick, the economy can crash, and once again, not everybody makes $100K to support a family. Houses are expensive.
By the way, I think everyone must know this by now. That's like my biggest problem with the manosphere, or the sector of the manosphere that, like this. Sorry, someone is on. Up there it is. I don't understand how you can tell people not to get degrees. For me, that's very personal. Like, that is that is legitimately personal. Like, that does not make sense to me at all. So I'm with you, but I don't think you should try to understand. I'm trying to understand, but I don't feel like,
how in philosophy you can disagree, you can agree with Sartre when it comes to existentialism, or you can be okay with, you can understand certain part of Camus, or you can try to see the whole thing for what it is. You don't need to agree. And I'm generally trying, but the more I'm trying, it's like I'm looking at the beast.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Therese, you are completely right. I mean, in a healthy couple, you're going to negotiate. Are we both going to work? Is someone going to stay home? You might have traditional values and the woman may want to stay home. All that is fine, but it's all what works for the couple.
Yeah.
But these are, no offense, but they are psychologically damaged men who are trying. Yes, this is where this comes from. Psychologically injured or fearful or damaged men, and anyone can disagree or argue with me about this, who are trying to exert power and control over someone who they perceive as weaker or who they want to keep in a subservient position. That is what it means. That's where it comes from, to me. If anyone wants to tell me different, I'm all ears.
Wait, Bishop says, Bishop, please come on, because I needed to clarify this. Most real men that agree with Kevin Samuels can't afford to leave comments or support publicly. I'm not speaking about the loud men that are likely broke and hurt. So you are saying there are, in your experience, quote, real men that support Kevin Samuels, but they can't speak out publicly. But how do you know they're there? Please come on. I need some clarification on how you know these men are there. And I'm so confused. Anyway, if you can let me know if you want to come on, because I would like to hear that. All right. Who wants to go next?
Yes, this is Morena. Hello,
Hey,
you guys.
wait.
Yes.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, I would like to pennyback ride on your guest that was there earlier today. And I totally understand exactly which direction that she is trying to go in. It seems as if it's more or less she's not trying to focus on the bad behavior of this individual, but just trying to let us women know that we do not have to scoop to that kind of a level to be able to get to be able to get a guy. We as women are very independent. We work hard. We are mothers of our children. We are even sometimes mother of the men that we have. And we have to get to a point as women that we have to set a standards to ourselves that we will never go beneath or below. I'm sorry, that we will never go underneath that. And if sometimes that we have to go outside of our race or look in other direction in this time and stage, it's okay. We don't have to be just Black women just staying in this Black, in our own space, trying to find a man or picking out any man when the good ones are gone naturally. But then we are just accepting those that we already know that's not going to be respectable to us and treat us like the women that we are supposed to, be treated as. We just have to get to a point that we all women really have to come together and to sit there and say, what is this bar that we're going to set aside that we're never going to go underneath? I don't care what the guy, how fine he look, what he acting as if he's bringing to the table, but he's not showing you that he's father material, that he's going to be a father that if he impregnates you, he's going to be around. If not with you, he's going to still be around with his children. We have to set that standard, or if not, these kind of men like Nature Boy will continue to exist, and they will continue to disrespect us because they know that we will. We become too much competition with with each other as women. I can get this guy, or you can be able to get, before you get him. And I mean, you accept anything that he brings to you just because you want him. But here he is. He don't have a piss to pot in or a window to throw it out of. But you flock into him. You want him so bad. Instead of looking at that guy that go to school and he is educated, he might not be out there with that swag, but man, by the time that he becoming a grown up, he's going to be your provider. He's going to be the one that's going to respect you and love you. But we have to, as women, focus on that part. Don't focus on these men like Nature Boy. We still need to come together to me and just say, listen, ladies, what is our standards? That's the thing. When are we going to get to the point to realize, ladies, when did we become the woman that's behind the clearance rack and forgot that we're the women that belongs behind the glass table? Because when you get the woman that's on the clearance rack, You lower yourself. You'll take a $5 meal. You'll take a man that'll disrespect you and won't treat you right. But then when you see something behind that glass table, don't you cherish it? Don't you like it? Don't you say to me, man, if I had it, I would cherish it? And they do. So I just feel sometimes we women at this now, not sometimes, right now, we need to get there. And this is so sad. This is about the end that I have to say. It's so sad to say this, but I'm sorry, this is the reality that we live in. The only way that it's really going to work out, it's going to take a fine, fine woman. I mean, she's beautiful. Everybody want her to be able to set that tone, because anybody else that's not what the ideal fineness is for an individual, speak knowledge, speaks words. No one is going to listen to them. They're going to try to turn that into something else, because they looking like, girl, how can you sit there and talk when you're not even, you're not what they would consider pretty. You just about to be happy that you just people know you. But other than that, you're not the ideal. So they're not even listening to it. They throw everything else out as a distraction. So it will have to take a really, honestly, I just really believe a fine woman who really sit here and say, I'm not going to sit here and go after these kind of guys. I'm not going to dress less than what I know that I'm worth. But when I walk out my outside of my house, I want everybody to know that I should be respected. I want to make sure that any guy that come at me, he's not going to come at me crazy. And if he does, I'm going to look at him and say, what did I do to you to make you assume that you can even come at me like that as a woman? Because I need to change it.
You want to know something? Kevin Samuels.
So sorry.
Kevin Samuels said from his own lips that only if you were a high value, you wouldn't be calling into his show. And I thought to myself, as a woman, right? And I thought to myself, wait, why are women calling in? Like, why are you accepting these ideas about? I think by calling in, you're just accepting what he's saying about you. That's what I think. They want me on the panel so they can brand me with with a scarlet letter. Absolutely not. I get people on and I want to talk and I want to understand, because you were saying a lot of things in the comments and I want to understand it. Who else? Who has not spoken yet? I think DJ.
Yeah, sometimes I just think some of the examples are just so extreme. In a way that, like, I don't know, I think people sometimes have a problem like taking themselves out and kind of like, compartmentalizing like where they're at in society. Like when we talk about this big high value, all these things, like me, like I can say for myself, like I'm a pretty, I'm a pretty decent girl. I think I'm pretty, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I went to school, job, all that stuff. And I'm just kind of looking for, just a decent, nice, average man. I'm not asking for the world. And I think sometimes that gets really lost in the manosphere. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah. Like, that's the thing too. Like, most Black women statistically aren't looking for these quote unquote high value men. So I don't know. In fact, let's not do it, because every time I say this, people get upset. But economically dating down. I won't finish the statement, but that. Halima.
Yeah, I would just like a man that would be that would, like to provide. And I provide for him in the ways that are needed as well. I just think it's a a two-way. We're a couple. That's all. But I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No, you're fine. Please cut me off. We are winding up. Go ahead, Halima.
Oh, sorry. I just entered in. I wanted to know what's the current topic. I have so much to say.
So we are talking about, generally the manosphere again, but specifically, you can talk about abuse if you want, but I would want us to move forward because I know a lot of people are like, oh my God, triggered, I'm done. Yeah. But now we were talking about sort of education and women getting their education.
And I'm sorry, that's part of the reason why I didn't want to talk about domestic abuse, because it really hits home for me. And it's really a slap in the face. I continuously see like the monosphere. Like I understand there are people who defend it and say, you know, it's all about learning and growing as a man, having our own outlet. But like over time and time again, I see them say things that just like trigger women. And I'm like, is this really what this whole red pill monosphere about? Because it's feel like to me it feels like a constant attack on women. I've been a victim of domestic abuse. I have seen women in my family and friends who have been victims of domestic abuse, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to like not cry. So it's for someone to like say this doesn't exist, and statistics are there for them to see, to prove that this is actually like a huge thing happening within the Black community. It's so sad to me. They're not focusing on solutions. They're focusing on complaining and debunking things that are undebunkable. I don't even know if that's a word.
Yeah, no, I get you, and I'm completely with you. Like completely with you. Go Beyond wanted to say something.
Yeah, like I just wanted to like I like people like you, like men like you that, you know, speaks and things like that. Like I will really I'm not telling you what to do, but I will really encourage you to invite people who say things like that, and actually like encourage people to like talk real statistic and facts and not just blur out anything out there. Like people just blur out anything out there, and then as long as it gets numbers and like people just take it and run with it, like, and then throw it in people's faces. Like I would really love to see like a panel like inviting men and that support these ideas and actually lay out the statistic and the foundations and say, is this really true? Is this what we're seeing in our reality? But why are you saying Black women degrees don't matter in a relationship by expecting 50-50? It does not make sense.
Yeah. By the way, I appreciate that. I actually am trying to put together a panel, but it is just not going well. And there's a lot of people who are not willing to admit that they support these ideas. So I guess to some extent, the person in the comment was right. I don't know necessarily that they support Kevin Samuels. Where is Jaren? Apparently, you guys scared Jaren off. I don't know where Jaren is. I have not seen him since that one blow up with everyone. So that's that. I don't know. I probably should try to find him and reach out. There's so many people I need to find and reach out to. I don't want anyone to feel demonized. Go Beyond.
Can I talk after him, if that's okay?
Yeah. Who is that?
That was Z.
Z. Oh, yeah. I Go Beyond.
Yeah. So because we're moving the topic along to, I guess, the manosphere. I guess what do you? Because here's the thing: a lot of the stuff that I'm hearing on the panel is about Kevin Samuels, which Kevin Samuels personally, I don't support him, because even though I get the whole chew the meat, spit out the bones thing that people say. I wasn't raised in a way that that sees speaking to people like that as acceptable behavior. Now, tell me what you want to know, and I'll answer to the best of my ability. Because I'm a terrible representative of the manosphere, even though I'm not manosphere. But I do know some talking points of what they talk about, and though I don't agree with all of them, maybe I can present them.
See, that's the problem I'm having, which is why the panel has not been made. There are people who are saying, I am not really in the manosphere. I don't really believe all of this. So it's very difficult to then have the conversation, because I say, oh, women should not. My biggest problem with the manosphere is the claim that women should not be getting degrees and that degrees and jobs are masculine.
Oh, okay, I see that. I have heard that talking point before, and I wholeheartedly disagree with it, because when you have a society of academically speaking uneducated people, then that kind of lowers society. So I do disagree with that talking point, because I guess it promotes stagnation.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Thank
Yeah. Now, I think what they were trying when they are trying to speak where they're trying to come from is specifically focused on a point of how does this benefit the relationship and the relationship alone. Now, and though I can understand it, me personally, I want my future wife to be educated, just as me.
So, wait, so the thing is, like, the reason I want someone who supports that talking point is because my pushback against it requires that you first believe it. Like, I
Oh,
can
okay.
say, I can say, okay, how logical is it to you that you want someone who is submissive and don't work, which is fine, right? But why is that an important thing to tell the rest of the world that they need to not be educated and not get a job, right? Like, that's the conversation I want to have, but I can't have that with someone like you who says, I want my woman to be educated, and I don't believe that. So, like, it's very like, I'm tired of these men saying, "Oh, this is what men want," because every single man that comes on here says, "It's not me. This is not what I want, but I understand why other people want it." No, I don't know what to do with that. Because if all these men want this thing, then I should be able to find a couple of men who want this thing and are willing to say, I want this thing.
Themis, may I ask this gentleman some questions?
Yeah. Wait, before you go, my biggest concern is if the manosphere becomes violent, similar to incel shooters. Sinji was threatened, and that is a big problem. I hope she reports. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you, by the way, Dean. Also, sticker from Nisha. Thank you. I just wanted to do that. Go ahead now, Jay.
So I think. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's you, CJ.
Oh, okay. Did you? I think I heard you say that you are a representative of the manosphere, even though a poor one. I think you said.
No, I'm saying I would be a poor representative because me and my friend who have started the channel that I started, we are neither for either side because personally speaking, we both feel as though she and I both feel like both sides be snitching on themselves.
Okay.
So I guess I would say I'm more neutral than most like. I'm gonna say what I said last time. I'm more neutral than many like.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Who is that? Wait, before you do, who is that?
It's DJ.
All right. Yes, DJ. But I think I don't think Jay was done. I keep calling you CJ or Jay.
Sorry, no, I think I misunderstood. I think that I misunderstood. I thought that you did follow or subscribe to the manosphere, and so I was going to ask you some questions, but since you don't, I guess I'm in the same boat as Themis.
Yeah.
Exactly.
DJ.
My question is, if they're looking for these traditional stay-at-home women, are they propping these women up? Are they talking about the value of, this woman that stays at home, she's with the kids, she's I don't know, she's cooking, she's cleaning, she's doing everything, that she's supposed to do, I guess, as a traditional woman. Are they talking about that? Are they propping these women up?
Oh, you're asking me if that's like the constant?
Is it a conversation that they're having at all? That's like my question. Like, are they big
in some channels? Yes, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know half of these people that be brought up. Because here's the thing, I don't watch it to get advice. I just watch it to see their point of view. I also like I said the other time, I also watched The Other Side, which is Real Talk with Yanni, Pink Pill, Shira 7. Who else did I say last time? I forget. But I just wanted to know where these people come from.
All right.
And like why they feel the way they feel, why they think the way they think.
I think maybe this would be a good thing if these people don't if everyone, because no one wants to own these people in public.
But I'm serious, I'm not though.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying generally, like I've been searching to find people, and there are people who are attacking me in my email inbox, and I go, oh, hey, I'm doing a live show. Do you want to join and discuss this publicly? And they're like, well, I am not a part of the manosphere. I mean, I don't really ascribe to all of this. It's like, okay, so y'all know this is some foolishness. I feel like most people know this is some foolishness.
I agree. And I wanted to speak to most of Myrie's comment. I saw that video and I agree wholeheartedly with that video. Because here's the thing, it's more toxic than it is helpful. So that's why I wanted to present, I guess, an alternative. That's why I wanted to, you know, that I'm on the path to become a veterinarian and all that. I want to start Black Boys Rule, the movement that will help Black boys to learn basic life skills that can get them into a trade, that sort of thing. I'm sure I will have some help with that from my folks too.
By the way, people keep sending me Cynthia G's video where there's a white guy on talking about Black men, and they want me to react to it. That is probably not going to happen. It's not going to happen for a lot of reasons, but it's not going to happen because I don't think that it would be productive for me to talk about it. And if you force me to, and I know the people who want me to talk about it, you're going to be really upset if I talk about it. So you might not want me to do that. I'm not going to talk about this any further, but I promise you don't want me to talk about it, Dean. That was a very interesting thing that she did.
I mean, here's the thing about that video, though.
Wait, before, all right. If you guys talk about it, just know that I will not be co-signing or saying anything. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
No.
So that's what I wanted to say about that.
I'm gonna have to watch this video, I guess.
Can I ask you a question, the gentleman in the panel?
Go ahead.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys already asked him because I came late, but I just want to know, what talking points do you support? How do you personally benefit from the manosphere?
Specifically the ones that promote self-accountability. Now, I know that's not necessarily popular because there's a lot of trauma bonding in that space, and you know, these women and all that is what's mainstream over there. But what I agree with is the ones that promote self-accountability, like, okay, you chose to do this in this instance, and you purposely went along with it, even though you knew it wasn't the best choice. So that's on you. And that's how that specific talking point is. It correlates both in real life, like professional field and all that, and dating as well. I will speak as a young man. And to the young men in the chat, you know when you're dealing with a toxic individual. So why continue to deal with it? That's really what I agree with. The self-accountability part, not necessarily the blaming, because
do you think Kevin Samuels is toxic?
Yes, I said that before. He's definitely toxic.
No, I know.
That is not how you talk to anybody on any level. Even
Why
if
do
they
keep him around?
upset you, huh?
Do you keep it? Do you watch his channel?
No, I
All right,
don't watch
good.
Kevin at all.
Good.
I think what I would say is that, I mean, yes, so you pointed out that, I guess, some of the positive messaging in the manosphere, but I think my problem is that they paint 99% of women that way. So they paint 99% of women as toxic, right?
I agree. They do that, and I disagree with that because what that does is that then disregards each individual's character rather, and it's a characteristic to be toxic.
Right.
And each individual has their own character. So when you consider all things in life, you are able to discern that is not true what they say about what they call female nature.
Yeah.
No,
And so
it's really just
I think you are able to discern that, but I think a lot of the guys there can't. So they're essentially learning to apply these principles to all women, right? So basically, every time you go out in the world and you interact with a woman, just know that she's going to scam you, she's going to do this, she's going to do that, this is the nature of all women. So you better be careful. That's the message that they send.
I worry that these people are actually doing this to make money and don't actually believe it, but they know that there are people who want to hear it, and I don't think they understand the damage that these conversations can have. I don't think, like, there are people who are violently opposed to the system in place and feel powerless, and so hearing this sort of reaffirms their own belief, and they lash out and could potentially lash out at these women. And I don't understand why. I don't want to understand why most people don't see that, because I do think that most people are logical and thoughtful, but maybe I am wrong about the general public, because these platforms are huge, like on a scale that almost seems unreal. And I'm not just talking about Kevin Samuels, I'm talking about all these platforms that are like, women are bad.
Yeah.
Women are bad. And it's like, why are you doing this? I don't understand how this is helping men improve.
And the problem with starting with that premise, even if the truth is that there are some women out there who are not nice and who are nefarious and whatever, just like there are men who are like that. There are toxic people in the world. But the problem with learning this principle from the manosphere and going out into the world with it is that even if a guy has had positive interactions, once he has a negative interaction with a woman, which is inevitable because you're going to meet toxic people at some point in your life, then they remember, oh yes, this is what the manosphere says. And then they start applying it to all women. So it still breeds toxicity no matter what. It's not a positive place to learn those lessons. Instead of learning that, there are different types of people in the world, this is how you cultivate healthy relationships, this is how you discern non-healthy relationships, but chances are you're going to meet good people. That's not the message that the manosphere gives, right?
Precisely.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, I agree.
All right. Z.
Yep.
Go
Hello?
ahead. Take us away. I think Crystal is here. But before Z go, thank you everyone for being on. Please start removing yourself, because there's a lot. I was going to try to do it, but I can't. Go ahead, Z. And then we'll go into the after show.
Okay. My thing is that, like, social media, as much as people say like it's just social media, don't care. People put money into social media. Why do advertisers pay YouTubers to promote products? Why do people do that? It's because it has an impact and you can persuade people. Much like, Mr. Samuels, he has this idea, and like what he says about women and about women's trauma, it's toxic, and it will influence other people to view it as that. How you can treat women any way you want. And I understand that, like, it's kind of interesting to see this is that, like, Camus Evans, sorry, I'm saying his name, is selling an image. I always refer back to this image thing because he's wearing a suit. He's promoting this kind of image. He's promoting this idea of being a high value man and reducing men to their resources and women to their beauty, and how that is not necessarily how the real world necessarily works in some ways, but he always promotes it because it is such a reduction of life that people can get a simple concept out of it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense what I'm saying. And it's interesting because there's so much things that cause people, like, people can convert in social media. And so, like, people saying and minimizing his impact, I think it's a very worrisome thing to think about. And people need to be very cautious about that. Like, either way, both sides, I disagree with Crystalline when she said, like, she doesn't have an impact, because she does. She has impacted so many people to do so many things, to, like, maybe see their worth in somewhere, to divest, or whatever she has influenced people to do, just like Cameron Samuels has done as well. And I don't think, in some ways, you are responsible for the influence that you input onto others. When Donald Trump started that erection, we blamed him because he put the influence out there to start it. And so I think we all need to be mindful of what influence we have, and we also need to be more mindful of, like, actively listening to one another.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. Dimitri says, I try to answer your question to the best of my ability. There was so many topics that I wanted to discuss that the chat was bringing up. I'm sorry. Please, when you come back, please, you can use the private chat and we can talk there, even though sometimes I don't check it, but just point me there. I apologize. Thank you, Z. Well, I'll talk about this in the after show. Crystal.
Good night, good evening, or whatever time it is where you guys are. Hi. Just to piggyback off of what Z said and what basically in regards to Mr. Samuels, his resume is that he is an image consultant, meaning that it is his job to teach businesses or brands, whatever, how to market themselves to catch the eye of persons, to give basically a fantastical view of the business so that they can have revenue. This man is not a licensed therapist. Based on his demeanor, on his character, it seems as if, like, he has not learned from his past mistakes, his past relationships. So he's of no use there. So what value can you give a man in a how to navigate being a divorcee and in dating, respectively? And also, like, he is just doing this because that's where the money is at. Right? That's not how he started as. That's how he eventually became. And of course, there are persons with low self-esteem who don't know any better that will call in and feed into this. So it's a whole mess. But also, in regards to the dynamic between men and women and the abuse that women have like the abuse women have suffered, it's very important that it's very important that men realize that not being an active protector in these cases really burdens the community, especially the other percentage of men who are trying to be good men, right? They love to say that, not all men this, not all men that, they are good men. But when it comes time to support these good men, you are nowhere to be found. So now they now are overburdened, right? And then when they do speak up, you overshadow them with like these toxic ideologies, that you emasculate them, saying, "Oh, he's a simp. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's not what a real man isn't." And then you don't involve the men who are non-heteronormative. So now you have like decrease your human resource in in bettering the image of men and bettering the resources of men.
Yeah.
So what? So when women, even yes, there are opportunist women who are coming to these spaces for their own benefit and whatsoever. But when women are saying these are the places in which you're lacking, and this is where you need to pick up the slack, they're not saying it to demean you. They're literally giving you a head start. They've literally been giving you like a little outline of what to do. You can't say you don't know where to start or no one's teaching you. We've literally been telling you. There are videos of what is it that women have realized they are lacking. There are areas in the community that they are lacking in. They tell you, do something about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else to say and add to that because I completely agree with you. I think pride might be a problem, but I do think a lot of people just say things that is politically and economically expedient, and they don't actually believe what they're saying. And maybe some of them do, but this does not make sense to me. Like the overwhelming disdain for Black women does not make sense, and I wonder sometimes why, particularly because of this "who raised you" kind of question. But I will leave that for another live. Demetrius says. Demetrius says, to the chat, I apologize if I offended anyone when I said that I disagree a lot with both sides, the manosphere and the pro-woman side. My opinion is just that, my opinion. Thank you for the super chat. Halima said, thank you all. Thank you for all the time you invest into opening the door to hold these needed dialogues. Thank you so much for that super chat. I need to find something to do. I'll figure it out, actually. Demetrius Themis, this is oh, I did not know who this was, so thank you. By the way, I can try to get some full-on Manospherians over here to have the convo you want to have, if you want. Please do. But if you can, just make them be respectful. Make them respectful. In any case, thank you for the super chat. Do not be giving out your monies, just as a general matter. Will you be following the story? Kevin Samuel said he will do a show on abuse with stats. Let's see what he comes. I will actually try to follow this. He probably won't do it unless he's gonna backtrack, because this does not help him. But thank you, Crystal. I know Z, you wanted to say something in the after show. Let me just say thank you all for being here. We're about to go into the after show, so if you guys want to leave, please head out. In the after show, we just talk about random things, like literally random things. But I have a comment that I want to read from someone on the channel. Oh, I'm going to be reading your comment in the after show, by the way. Bring me on, bro. Let me clarify my comment. Okay, great, because I'm going to... all right, let's go in the after show. Bye, everyone. Rude boy, please come on. We can talk. in the after show because I'm about to read your comment actually. So I'm glad you're here. Another good stream. Good job, Themis. Well, I'm thinking about whether or not I'm going to keep this stream up. Just as a general matter. So like there are times when like I feel like there's streams that will make people extremely uncomfortable. And for those streams, I put them for members only. Now, obviously, members are going to do some things with them, but I'm legally protected when I do that. But that's why I private some streams. But I will keep this up, I think. I'll let you guys know if I don't. Welcome, Demetrius. You are now, go beyond. You are now a member. All right, let me play this, and then we go into the after show. All right. So while we wait for Rude Boy to come on, go ahead, Z.
Oh, sorry.
We have another member. You guys are just being members. I need to. So before we go, sorry. When I start going back to the office, when I go to the gym, I'm going to come back and just record and upload videos for members only. When talking about books that I read for the book club level, just FYI, I wanted to put that on your radar. That's going to start in September because that's when the office opens for me. So that. All right, go ahead, Z. I will not interrupt.
Sorry, but I meant to say this after everyone goes off. I have a couple of questions for you, but in general,
No, we can do it privately. I didn't know. So,
but I do have a thing. I'm sorry if I don't mean to be triggering because we were talking about abuse, but I think people should read Nia Herson's "Their Eyes Are Watching God," and
I read this.
And the short story "Sweat," because I think people say feminism and like it took the women out of the home, but the problem is most Black women were still working, so it was really more for. And like many lower class white women as well, it was more so for middle class, upper wealthy people who got tired of it, women.
I mean,
so I'm just saying, like technically about feminism. I'm not trying to destructive.
I appreciate you because I'm laughing because I think a lot of people romanticize the 1950s in a very middle class, upper class, white, like white lens. Because I don't know what home people are talking about. I know there were obviously Black people who were doing well, obviously, right? But as a general matter, Black women particularly have been working.
Yeah, and I just to point out in general in history, most of things are recorded through the wealthy. Everything is recorded through their eyes, so it's nothing different. We only truly are going to envision everything through their eyes because they're the ones who wrote history and they're the ones who created the art, who paid the artisans, who thought what is worth something in life. Yeah. So we're always going to have a distorted view on something in the past.
Yeah. I am so glad you did not say that privately and you did that publicly because that was so needed. That was so needed. That was like, I am very happy you said that. Let these people keep romanticizing about what never was.
It's just, it's very, it's worrying because, I mean, I know because abuse was so common back then, and I don't think abuse general should be for anybody. I don't want anyone to hurt. I don't want men or women to get hurt. Like that's very revolting to put someone's hands on somebody else, like both sides. So
I mean, I worry because like I know about the studies. Georgetown Law actually wrote an op-ed, like professors at Georgetown Law wrote one of the most well-researched article, I believe, no bias, about sort of abuse and the Black women and girls being left behind in the justice system. And actually, I'm going to try to find it and post it, because I don't think people understand just how much pain and trauma that exists among Black women particularly. And this willingness to disregard that kind of pain is just ridiculous to me. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't even recognize that what they're going through is trauma. Like, a lot of people can't even really conceptualize that the way I am living now is not normal. The way you are speaking to me is not normal. The way we interact with each other is not normal. This is abusive language, and it is something that we need to stop. So there's a lot of it that goes on, even when we talk about children, right? And how we interact with children. By the way, I can't have children now because, like, as a Jamaican, I believe in spanking, and apparently that's illegal. So I won't have children until I get over that. But I think that we haven't even recognized some of the stuff that we need to talk about. A psychologist, I won't say her name, but there were people who were talking about Black people going to therapy, and psychologists were willing to medicate Black people more because they didn't believe that we were able to change through talking things through. And even that is worrisome to me. Like, I mean, there's a whole ton of problem. And it's interesting because people keep saying, oh, you are uplifting this or you're uplifting that. If you ever listen to any of my stream, you know, well, I'm not going to say what
I
you know,
think
what you know.
the thing about that is that, particularly, I understand that you were very angry about that. And I think the point, particularly was the comparison and how Crystalline worded it. I think if she said in modern day society now, I think it would have not.
Yeah, I mean, but she clarified, and there was still an issue. But not only that, like, if it were only towards Crystalline, I think I would have just kind of let it go. She said this platform, and for someone who has frequented this platform to say something like that, sometimes it feels like maybe, like, people just want to say what they want to say and don't actually care about the actual conversation happening. Because when you go and you say, oh, this platform is promoting white men, I'm like, wait, what? Wait, where? Anywho, that's what I wanted to talk about. But thank you, Z. I really do appreciate that you came and you spoke about this at the end about the 1950s and what we're actually romanticizing and how it's a fiction. So thank you. Rude Boy is here, and the after show is about this. So let's do it, Rude Boy, because your comment left me a bit astounded, and I want you to be able to clarify and talk to me so that I can understand what you're saying, right? Rude Boy, can you unmute yourself? Rude Boy.
Yo, dude, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yo, give me a second.
Should I give you a second, you said?
Now, this is my first time doing this, so I'm kind of like confused.
Oh, all right. I was going to ask, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Do you want to take me through what it is that you're talking about here? Do you want me to read it? Do you want to read it? Do you just want to go through it with me? How do you want to do this? Because I do want to, like, understand.
I mean, do you want to go through it?
Yeah.
I mean, like, you like read through and tell me what you disagree with.
Oh, I am not saying I disagree. I was trying to understand. So you said, for someone who talks a lot about accountability, you refuse to look at the failures of Black academics in uplifting their communities and inspiring Black people. All right.
Yeah.
Instead, you choose to blame the Black community, especially Black men, for being anti-intellectuals. All right, let's start there. So, for someone who talks about accountability, that I refuse to look at the failures of the Black academics. Apparently, I am now pushed into the Black academic group, right? Because of my education level. I'll accept it.
No,
I don't really mind.
No, my criticism was mainly coming from like I was saying that like even I agree with what you're saying about like what you say about like the Black manosphere and how like they specifically focus on like educated Black women. I don't have a problem with that, but because you use that as kind of like a blanket shield for like what people usually talk about. Sorry, this is like my first time talking on camera. Give me a second.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
So basically, what I was trying to say is that like when you use the Black manosphere when they insult Black women, like educated Black women specifically, that you be using that as like a shield for what for like other criticism of academics, because there's been like a lot of like leftist criticism of academics dating back to like the 1950s, and I included like Walter Rodney and Kwame Nkrumah, who were like one of the most. Do you know Walter Rodney or no?
I watched your videos that you sent.
But have you ever heard of him before?
No, I did not. I know Walter Rodney, but I don't know the other person.
Like Walter Rodney, yeah, because he within his book in Groundings with My Brothers, which is like the book is like online for free. You can just go on Google and type Walter Rodney Groundings with My Brother PDF. He spends like a whole chapter like detailing why how like Black intellectuals that they pretty much occupy a different class than from like working class Black people, and that usually they're like the allies of white bourgeoisie people over their own people. That they usually sought their own people to get close to white people. I mean, I gave like a horrible explanation, but like just read the book.
Yeah, no, I read Our Kind of People, and I mean there is, I mean colorism, for example, shows up a lot, but I do accept that there are Black academics who are not invested in the community, but I think we also have to take responsibility as a community for the people that we uplift, right? And maybe because we don't see a lot of academics out there, that we don't uplift them in the same way, but it seems we gravitate towards a different kind of culture. And when I talk about the anti-intellectualism in the Black community, it is not just about the manosphere. It is about calling people who choose education simps, right? It is.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I think what I was pretty much saying, like, I feel like, because I agree with most of the stuff you say. Just most of the times, because like I'm more left wing than you. I'm pretty sure I am. I can't tell exactly what your ideology is, because when I saw that book behind you, I was like, is he like a neoliberal kind of guy? And I was like,
oh no,
he's more right wing than me. That's why. And I was like, you give me like this. I thought you give me like this kind of like Obama vibe, like Black faces in high places. That's what I was like thinking.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, so I was like saying, it doesn't matter if we have more Black faces in high places if they're not like
this is
interest of the working class Black people. That's what I was pretty much trying to say. And I mentioned Kwame Nkrumah because he specifically talked about like Africa, and Frantz Fanon also talked about Africa. How he talked about how like during like the whole like when each African country was decolonizing, and they're all like pretty much like doing their own revolutions, like in Algeria and in Ghana and everything, and how like within the once they're building like when you build a national consciousness, you have to also build like a class consciousness, because they specifically talk about how like the black people who got an education within the Africans got an education, they would go from the colony to like the metropole, like the Soviet Republic, like a French colony. They would go to France, get an education from France. They would come back to Africa, and now these people, although they were on our side, like through the national liberation movements, the interests were different. They wanted to replace the white people to take up the government positions, but they didn't care about actually like redistributing the wealth of the land.
So, is your objection with me, or your there is a presumption that
You get what I'm trying to say, though? I'm saying like the people who got the educated black people who would take up government positions once each country got independence, what they would do is they would continue the colonial relationship into a new form called neocolonialism. And so I'm saying that when I say black educated people usually have different class interests, what I'm trying to say is that they're not trying to like. It's pretty much when you guys talk about how black men want to like create their own black male patriarchy, and they don't want to like dismantle the system. They just want to like make it where there's black men instead of white men. My point was pretty much the same thing, which is like a lot of those black intellectuals who came back to Africa and who would take up these government positions and become the leaders of Africa. And a lot of them did not want to break this colonial relationship. They wanted to maintain it, but they wanted to just make more money off of it. So pretty much what I'm trying to say is that like they're part of different classes. That's what pretty much what I'm trying to say. I'm saying even though like people who make like six figures, even though we're all black, they obviously have like different interests. That's what I'm trying to say.
no, I mean I don't disagree with you. In terms of, I do think that interests diverge when class comes into the picture, right? Like, I mean, a great example of that would be tax, right? A lot of people who start making money above a certain threshold would probably be anti-taxation, regardless of where well, not regardless, but as a general sort of economic matter, whereas people who make below a certain threshold would probably want more tax in terms of sort of helping further social benefits. So I do think there's an interest divergence when it comes to people based on class, color, and a whole bunch of other things. This analysis is a very intersectional analysis that takes into account education level, race, class, all of that stuff, right? But I don't know what the next step in your analysis is, right? Like I'm trying to understand.
Can you come back up to tell me exactly? Can I see the comment again?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what the next step is as it relates to me, right? So I think
my question about black academics, not specifically towards you, even though I gave you like a slick shot saying, you're telling white people that black people are dumb. I was mostly talking about like black academics as a collective.
I do think that
black academics of today are not the same as like from like the 60s to the 80s was like the golden age, wasn't it? From what I've seen, that's like the golden age. Then after the 80s, when Soviet Union fell and like communism was like failing all over the world, a lot of black academics, they switched from a more radical position to a more like a neoliberal kind of position, and one that's like don't shake the boat. It's like just do your best within the system, like Obama, pretty much. Like that's why I thought I view Obama. That's what to me Obama is like the perfect example of.
All right, so Obama is a perfect example of what you're talking about, and you said I was like Obama. So do you believe that?
Not you. I'm talking about black academics as a collective. How like they don't really I guess like push the envelope anymore.
Yeah. And I'm saying, am I one of those people? Because
no, I'm talking when I say accountability, I'm not talking about you specific as accountability. I'm talking about like the whole like if you're a part of like the whole like black academics, black intellectuals. I'm saying that as a collective, you guys talk about black men, talk about how like even though individual black men are not like doing all these like bad things, that as a collective you should like I guess like take responsibility that like.
All right, I got you. So as a part of the Black academic sphere, I should take responsibility for the disinterest of the Black academics in the Black community.
I guess yeah, pretty much yeah.
All right.
No, yeah, I think you do a good job, because even before I left that comment, like, because I've been watching you for a while, and you've left like you mentioned like quick tidbits about how you like tutor kids. You know, that's what we talked about before. Like,
yeah, no, I mean,
so I knew that you were like you're not like the exact person I'm talking about, but I'm talking about like as a collective that a lot of time when people get an education, they just leave the community, they move to a better like spot. It's not only Black academics. It's like Black like celebrities, Black like businessmen when they get money, when they get on, they leave the community. They don't go back and contribute. Even with Africa, a lot of people like the whole plane train, like the idea about that.
Yeah,
a lot of people like leave, like instead of going back to Africa, they'll just move to like Western country where they get paid more. Instead of going back, even though Africa needs skilled labor, we already have like a bunch of like low skilled labor. It needs like skilled labor. It needs like manufacturing, and people would rather go to the West and get paid more instead of look long term.
Yeah. And no, I mean, I will say that I do think that Black academics should be more invested in the community. And I don't use the reality, because it is a reality, that most of these people who are considered Black academics were rejected, in their own words, from the community as sellouts. I think that, and the thing is, like, when I talk about this, it feels really bad, because it reeks of a very sort of condescension that I don't like. But in my own experience, and let's not try to generalize from that, and the experiences of people I've spoken with, there was a rejection of them as academics in the community, right? And I understand, but it's not an excuse for why they would, instead of coming back and be abused verbally in their words, would try to carve out a space for themselves, which ultimately is not beneficial. So on that ground, I think you're correct. And to the extent that I'm talking about Black academics, which I don't think I have, I would not be opposed to pointing that out. Though I think for myself, I would not label me as a Black academic. I think that the phrase academic seems to elevate me in a way that I'm uncomfortable with. And the video that I was supposed to post this week on my other channel for accountability, it begins with a story about my own accountability. And when I was in Jamaica as a child, I felt sort of out of control insofar as I did not have control over what I was doing. I felt rejected. I felt trapped. I felt kind of out on my own, right? And that fear, my uncle, who was not the kindest person, but who was loving me in his own way, came to me and said, in Patois, let's try this Patois out.
Jamaican.
Yeah. Nobody now come for you. You have to take up yourself. Nobody now go come for you. And at the time, I didn't understand what it meant, but now I'm looking back and that it's carved into my brain, right? It's the realization that, like, life is not going to, like, there is no hero. There is no chosen one. There is no Messiah coming. We are the messiahs for ourselves and our communities, which it seems weird to say, but we all have to do it. And I think there is there is a tendency to look to people and say, oh my God, they're the one, they're going to help me, they have the answer. The truth is, we're all flawed. Like, we don't have the answers. None of these academics have all the answers. And if we are unwilling to take accountability in a personal way, then as a community, it doesn't make sense. I think accountability first starts at a personal level. So like, I will never be someone who says, why isn't anyone helping me? Right? I can feel that way, but then I know that I need to figure it out. And this seems really harsh, but it is the reality. It's Black academics are not. They are not coming to save anyone.
I disagree with that though. I think it's like you guys are like supposed to be like the leaders of the community.
That's the thing. We keep trying to get leaders, but the grassroots movement, they are the leaders. Academics, sure, they are the leaders. Pastors, they are the leaders. Janitors, they are the leaders. Everyone in their own right is a leader of the community. And if we keep looking to people, we will continually be embarrassed because people are flawed. Every one of us is flawed in some ways, and leadership is not necessarily about, so in my opinion, by the way, this is just my opinion, like this is not
like an anarchist right now.
Yeah, I think that I get why the academics, because we've learned the tools, so I'm putting so we should come back and be able to help each other and teach each other. And I think that's true. But the people who are sports people, they should also come back because they have resources, right? The people who are janitors, they can teach us something too. Like, I think that we look and we elevate certain kinds of people, and academics should not be elevated, right? I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. And I think that we put too much power in the hands of people based on prestige, like, I don't know, money and education. I've met some of the dumbest people with some of the highest degrees. And I've met some of the smartest people, the most eloquent people, the most thoughtful people who have never been to an undergraduate class, right? Now, I promote formal education. I like formal education, but I don't think academics is where it's at. I think it would be great if they would come back and help. I think that would be amazing, but I don't put that kind of emphasis on them. But I'm not disregarding what you're saying. It's just, for me, I have to accept accountability on an individual level, and then as a part of the group that I am associated with. I think, because you are not the first person to call me an academic, I think people have labeled me as such. And I'm going to tell you, even if you do, I still don't trust these academics. I don't know what schools of thought you're studying. If you're doing philosophy, I'm pretty sure it's not African philosophers. Not you, but I'm saying if someone is studying philosophy and have a PhD in philosophy, I'm pretty sure you're studying Plato. I'm pretty sure, like, I know that you're not studying African philosophers unless you go to an HBCU. So I'm probably going to distrust you. I'm going to have a bit of distrust there, because the lens through which you're telling our stories is not our lens, right? And so, I mean, again, I can appreciate an academic because I love the fact that you can work that hard to get your degree, but leadership might not be the place for these people. But again, that's what I have to say. Go ahead.
I was gonna say Kwame Nkrumah. He was like the first president of Ghana. I don't know if any like Ghanaians are here, but like shout out to him. And like he was a philosopher. Yeah, he was like a PhD philosopher.
Yeah.
And, I'm not good at talking, like, cause like I read a lot of books, so I know like a lot of information, but I'm not like, really good at like translating it. But the book I was talking.
You can use this platform as a space to start learning. And you're doing well, by the way. Like, you're fine. You
The
you are
book I was
completely
talking about is it's called conscientious can't say it. Conscientism by Kwame Nkrumah. It's like philosophy and ideology for decolonization and development with particular reference to the African Revolution. With the Walter Rodney book, yeah, it's called Groundings with My Brothers.
Yeah.
I mean, he was you read the article, right? He was like literally banned from Jamaica for like.
Yeah, because his ideas were so well, it wasn't disruptive. They just labeled it as such because it was revolutionary.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I feel like my criticism for you was like it's kind of left field because like, and you mostly focus on like the manosphere, which I do agree with you like wholeheartedly. Because I'm very far left, like both like socially, economically, like everything, like literally like I know this might sound like stupid off topic, but like I've had conversations with my friends about how like pegging is not gay. Like I'm not even like I know it's left field, but like that's how like people think I'm a weirdo because I'm like comfortable with my sexuality and stuff. I don't know where I'm going with this, but like
No,
what I'm
you're
trying to say
fine.
is I'm very much like left. I'm like, if you're gay, I'm cool with that. If you're transgender, I'm cool with that. If like there's nothing gay about like even if you want to have like a one-time thing with a gay man, that's not make you gay. You're just exploring your sexuality. Like I'm like very much left wing.
You're true. This is funny because I don't know where this is going, but I do know one thing, and I do accept your criticism. There is, I put a ton of thought into your comment. I went to the articles you sent, I read them, and I mean, I was thinking because the one of the things that I want to reject right now is to lift me up in any way or pedestalize me as the Black intellectual or the chosen one. Like, I don't want anyone to do that because it's such a slippery slope. But not only is it a slippery slope, it's wrong. And I know that there are, like, we haven't even begun to scratch the surface of our potential, right? This is me doing a ton of hard work, and there is a lot of people who are better speakers than me, who are better writers than I am, who are just better at things than me, who are not even trying, right? And I think people look at me as I'm not a finished product, but a working progress. But people see me as a finished product and they ignore all the buildup. And it almost seems like, oh, he's doing great. No, I promise you, nothing that I am doing, not you, but particularly, but to everyone listening, like nothing I'm doing is so difficult that anyone who puts in a bit of effort couldn't do, right? I think that, like, I am average at best. In terms of intellect, right? I don't want to be deified in any way, and I don't want to be seen as a Black leader. In fact, if you want to see me as something, see me as a servant, because I would much rather to be known as the person who is trying to serve as opposed to the person trying to lead. Because I don't know where I'm going. How am I leading anyone? Right, like I'm no one's leader at all, ever. Like I'm no one's leader, and I fear that people want to put that on me, and I don't want it. Last says people want the next MLK, yeah, or Malcolm X so bad. You got to be careful because this is how charlatans can prey on people's desperation for a new leader. Agreed. I agree with this, which is why, by the way, Rude Boy, the fact that you critique me is a good thing. It means that you're not just buying into whatever I'm saying. Critique me, continue to critique me, hold me accountable, and if you don't think that I am helpful, not you, then leave. Like, do not invest in people who are not helpful to you and your community. That's how I'm going to put it. Including myself. And I try my best. I really, really, I know this is weird, but I do try to do good. And it's not just be good, because everyone can say, "Oh, I'm trying to be good." No, no, no. I really want to do good, which is why we have this conversation. So, anywho, I see Cannon and Neil. So you guys get the final say.
I'm waiting for my comment, the second part of the comment.
Oh, all right. I was gonna leave it be because I think I understand you and I accept your thing. But do you want to? If you want to,
I'll put the second comment about like how like usually like a lot of time we talk about like the education gap between black men and women. That you shouldn't like forget the fact that that I left studies, like 2 studies on the bottom. It says like it's very obvious that that black men are punished way more often than black women, so that should like also be like factored into like the fact that black men are failing. You watched the video or no?
I did. The thing is,
so like 4-year-olds are watched by teachers most often. Like 4-year-old black boys were watched more often than like all the students.
the thing is, I didn't have to watch that to know. And we watched they put the thing to monitor the teacher's eyes to see where, I think it was like 80% more on black people, black kids, black boys, than on their white counterparts. I didn't need that to know this. My critique is not that the system hasn't been hard. My critique is not that the justice system hasn't impacted black men disproportionately. Like, my critique fundamentally is, when all of that is true and you believe that black women are doing well and you're doing bad because of the system, why then do you? I don't think the next logical step is to bash black women.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
My point is just like, because there's this thing where I see with like a lot of like within like left wing spaces how like there's this like view of intersectionality which says like if you're a black man, that's like you're black, so you're oppressed in that way, but you're a man, so you're not oppressed. And like when it comes to gender, when you're a black woman, you're both black and a woman, which for the most part is true. That if you have like two like the more like identities you have that are like what's the word?
Marginalized.
Yeah, that you're gonna face, but in like specific in the West, like America, because I'm not from America, so I probably should be like minding my business. Like I shouldn't be like in here, but
no, I don't do that. Like, I think people get to speak, and people are mad for that. But no, you get to speak.
Yeah, but like in America, like there's like the instances where like for being specifically a black man, it makes it like you face more disadvantages than black women in some instances. And like the specific one I was talking about was like education, with like how like black boys they face more like they're punished more harder than black women because of like the stereotypes about black men, which you've mentioned before how the manosphere like and black men usually like play into it, like the stereotype about black men being tough and like cool and stuff like that, and how that usually like backfires on black men.
Yeah,
that might be like it works in like some instances. Like I read a study that said I don't know if you read this before, but it said like black boys in suburban schools have a better time integrating than black women in suburban schools. Have you ever heard that before? Or no?
No, but yeah, I mean, I have. My thing is, like, I don't disagree, and even if I did disagree, I would have just said, assume arguendo that black men are just being treated horribly by the system. My only point is that it does not necessitate attack on black women.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like I agree with you on like majority. I'm like more to the left of you, so I do want to make it like very clear that I agree with you. Like educated black woman, like the benefit to the community. Obviously, like who cares if she's pretty and she's like a cool vibe to chill with, then she can make more or less same amount. I can be a husband. I can be a house husband. I can work. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Like I don't know why we like view that's like transactional and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
like but what I was trying to say about this about like black men having a better like with fitting in suburban schools better than black women. What I was trying to say was the reason why they fit in better is because the negative stereotypes about black men are viewed as like cool to like white people. Like when black men talk in slang, when they act tough, and they act like very aggressive, it's considered cool to white people within white schools, like predominantly white schools. Then with black women, this like the same like behaviors that they show, like the same behaviors they show is viewed as like ghetto and bad. So what I was trying to say is like in that instance, that's like the one instance where like the negative stereotypes benefit black men. But for the most part, like the whole like black men being like extremely aggressive, extremely like what's the word? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm saying like for the most part, the like stereotypes that black men play into do not benefit them. And when it comes to why they get punished so often, it's because of those negative stereotypes.
Yeah, no,
I
agree.
was trying to say that when you talk about the education gap, I mean for all races, the women are getting more degrees than men. Like, am I mistaken or no?
No, you're not mistaken.
Yeah. So, but I'm just saying, with the black community should also like take into consideration the fact that black men specifically, they face like more suspension than black men, like way more. Like you seen like the study, it says like black men like they get way more suspended, they miss way more school, and now they like the study like goes through it saying that people who miss more school are more likely to drop out of school. People are more likely to drop out of school, are more likely to have a lesser income, and like lesser income means you're gonna get into crime, gangs and stuff like that. Then you get to like the school to prison pipeline, like the whole shtick.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, I don't I don't disagree, but I do think that we are ignoring women and what they go through, but I don't even do the sort of comparing of the negative things that happen to people, right? Like the victim sort of, I don't go down to see who is more victimized. In fact, a lot of the times I just say, even to assume that black men are victimized more. And I think when it comes to police brutality, that is definitely true, right?
And
But
education.
yeah, no. So, but when we talk about that, my thing is that is not a justification for, again, like you said, we agree that it was not a justification for attacking women.
Yeah,
That
honestly, I feel like I'm just what's that word
repeating.
no
Alright.
I want to say I'm just devil's advocate, just like arguing semantics for semantics. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I think maybe there's also a matter of degree, but again, we can do this. Yeah, but let's see. Canon and Nell. I think that's NELL. And I think Glow Hanks is on. All right.
Yeah. Hey, Themis. This is Cannon. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to tell you for
Are you
one
hearing
that
this right?
oh, I'm sorry.
Wait,
I just
Okay.
really wanted to tell you. Oh, I think we're both trying to talk at the same time.
All right, Canon, go ahead.
Okay. But I was really grateful to come across your channel because there's this really weird thing going on the social media streets that I wasn't even aware of, where one of my friends added me to this Facebook group, and that's when I got exposed to like all the red pill stuff and like the Kevin Samuel stuff and all that, because the majority of the time I spend on YouTube, I'm either watching political shows or like ratchet TV recaps or something. But but I was like appalled, right? At like the things that I was seeing. And it's not just it would be one thing if I could just say, like, oh my God, these men are insane. I can't believe that they're all talking like this, right? But then you have the extreme on the other side where there's also women, right? And so it's like when we have this conversation where we're talking about a Black community, it's like, how do we have these entire ecosystems that are built up that like the Black men are all dusties and they're this and that? It's like a lot of things that are being said, you can find kernels of truth through it, right? And be like, yeah, you know that. But it's like the way that we're discussing these things, I just don't see how it's beneficial, right? I don't see how it's beneficial as a Black woman, as a mom of a Black son, as a wife to a Black husband, right? For me to be like, and these Black men have these pathologies and they're dusty and they just want to do this, right? And I also don't see on the flip side how, as a Black man, it's beneficial to discuss Black women the way that they do, right? Like, how does that move anything for, like, how is that not having a direct negative impact on ourselves, right? So when I came across your channel, I was like, oh my God, this man is smart. Like, Jesus Christ, thank you. Like
Oh,
somebody is actually sitting and engaging with these topics on a more nuanced level, right? Because you have a very thoughtful way that you go through all of the points, and you obviously do your research and you have facts and information to back it up. And I just wanted to say too, because I saw you struggling a little bit where you're like, I don't understand why people, how they're getting these things out of the stuff that I'm saying.
yeah.
But it's like, I just came to realize, because I spent about the first maybe month or so of being added to that Facebook group, debating back and forth with these like random people, and I was like flabbergasted. And so I said, you know what? Some people just don't have the range, right? Like they just don't have the range. And some topics to them, it's like you're either for them or against them. And there's no in between. Like there's no nuance look at it. It's like, oh, you said something that sounded positive to this group, then you're against this group,
Yeah.
and it's like that's all that they see.
Yeah.
So it can be a struggle a lot of times to decipher between what is valid criticism or useful criticism and what is just, people just not having the range to really engage in these conversations in a thoughtful way. And I think that social media and YouTube and all of these different platforms really exacerbate that, because people are able to just go on to these, little silos, right? And just
Yeah.
engage with stuff in the most non-nuanced way ever, and just placate their biases, right? They would just be like, oh yeah, yep, that's what it is. And
Yeah.
so I do appreciate this channel. I really want you to keep it up, because it's definitely necessary. Like I be so excited when I see your lives. I'm like, yes, he's gonna talk about
Oh,
this. Like I have to hear what he has to say. Somebody's smart for a change. So
oh, thank you. I
I
do
definitely
appreciate that.
it. Yeah,
I,
no, so keep it up.
I love compliments too, by the way. So I like getting dragged, but I also like compliments. So I appreciate that.
Yes, no,
Can
absolutely.
I
Who
say a
was
point?
who was that?
I wanted them thing. I forgot to mention how something I've noticed like with this whole space of like the femininity channels and like the whole like manosphere is that a lot of these people are like they're educated, are they not? Like they're educated, they're like middle class to upper middle class, and a lot of them they both have like the same narrative about how like the black community like has pushed away educated people. Now like this is the reason why like they hate the black community. That they label like black men like Pookie and Lele. They call like black women a lot of times like they call them mammies and mules because like they live alongside like they can't really like they can't divest. Like divesting is like a privilege, is it not? If you're like working class black, you can't just divest from your community. You're like forced to stay with the community. So like in the main point I'm trying to say that a lot of these divestors and a lot of these like manosphere dudes like they're educated, they're like middle class, and a lot of them they hate the black community. Like, that's why like this just goes back to my main point about how like a lot of time educated people tend to like leave the communities and like hate the community they left from. Do you disagree with me or no?
I do disagree a bit in that I think that, again, I don't think it is hate or love, right? Even I felt rejected at one point by the black community, black men specifically, in terms of identify. No, I'm not going to give that story. That's uncalled for. But black women have always embraced me and embrace, even if not me, they embrace an attempt at education and attaining educational achievement in America. That has been my experience, right? Which is why I reacted to this video that when the black men, when they're nerds, black women didn't want them. I was like, yeah, no, that's not true. The woman you want didn't want you. And then in comes hip hop culture, right? And hip hop culture glamorizes, and I don't think this is a mistake. I don't think it is a mistake that the kinds of rappers we see now generally don't have much to say. like at all, right? and I do think that has become the sort of prominent part of the Black community. And I do think we have a thriving community of intellectuals that actually want to engage, but there are people who are like rejecting that kind of embrace. And part of it is hard work, right? Like, think about this, right? When we think about Black intellectuals, I think a lot of people don't even consider women as a part of the equation. And the part of that that does bother me is that the women are the ones getting the degrees now, disproportionately. And if we reject, if you are saying intellectuals should invest, it's very difficult for a woman specifically to try to invest in the community when all they hear online, which by the way, I don't think online is representative of the community, but all you're hearing online is your degree doesn't matter. You need to be submissive. You need to be, well, you need to stop talking, not you, but you need to stop talking, whoever is saying that, because part of the Black intellectuals group is Black women, right? Like, it's not just Black men. So if we're hearing like, no, your degree doesn't matter, like, women are more than sexual objects. And so you didn't say this, but I think a lot of the conversation about the Black intellectuals circles around men. And that's a problem. That is a huge problem because we don't see, I think we don't value women in this area. And we should, because they're the ones getting the degree. But I hope that made sense. Now.
Shout out Angela Davis.
Go ahead.
Shout out to Angela Davis. Angela Davis.
Yeah, yes, that is one.
Hi.
Now, go ahead.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, yes, thank you. Okay, so I'm from the Caribbean, so I just have I'm fine, thank you. I have a little of a, well, it's the same perspective because we have this problem globally, and with regards to how Black men and Black women, how we work together, we're not on code, so we don't understand how. Oh, sorry. Hi, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, we can hear. No, we cannot hear. Oh, try it again. Oh, no. All right. I think there's technical difficulties, so.
Oh,
right.
hi.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so Black men and Black women, we don't know how to support one another because we have so many different things going on, and we have so much grounds to cover. And a lot of people might think, oh, well, why don't we just do this, or why don't we just do that? But it's not as cut and dry as that, because we have a lot of things that we have to overcome. We have a lot of issues that we have to eliminate first before we get to certain places or certain spaces, right? And everyone has to understand that we do have, or other races of people have a vested interest in Black people being at the bottom, because if we're not at the bottom, who is going to be there, right? So a lot of people have a vested interest in us being there at the bottom, and we have to learn how to socialize. We have to be on code, but we don't have that as yet because the manosphere is going crazy right now in whatever direction they're going in. And the women have tried, right? We've tried with rap. We thought that, all right, these guys would go out there, they would make it.
they'd come back, they'll give back to the communities. That didn't happen. It got more pervasive. Then the messages started coming out very crazy. And then women started to try to get educated, come back into the communities, get married, try to build the communities. That didn't work. There was a lot of domestic violence. We started marrying down. We started doing all of this crazy stuff. It didn't work. So now we're like, okay, well, let the men do it. Now we expect the men to do it, but the men have been coddled so much that they don't really know how. And they're a little bit afraid to step in the front and to actually do it. So we have the manosphere kind of coddling them, thinking, all right, these women, they expect this from us. So then they should give us this and that and the other. But they don't understand that, they have to really get into it. They have to understand, okay, I'm a man. Look at what other men are doing. All right, you may not be able to do the same thing, but you can do something, right? But they have to learn to respect one another and communicate with one another. Because right now, all they do is disrespect one another. You see it in the music, you see it in the way they communicate with one another. They're not willing to keep their family safe. They're not willing to come together to do a community watch to keep their community safe or anything like that. So there's a lot of different things we have to look at first, or we have to overcome first. That's really like how should I say it? It's a it's a black problem then. It's like a cultural problem we have to fix within ourselves, like a mindset we have to get rid of in ourselves first before we even try to go any further. Because even the educated people in our communities, they won't be able to do anything, right? If they go to richer communities, they'll just spend the money there. They'll just do whatever there. They'll be safe there. If they come back home, they run the risk of getting robbed. They run the risk of having toxic family members who will try to get in their way. So it's a little bit it's very complex. It's more than just, saying, oh, why why can't we just do this, or why can't we just do that? Because there are people there who have a vested interest in us not being able to get to do certain things. So we have to learn to be a little bit stronger. And I think what is happening with us now is very necessary to our growth. As weird as that might sound, because we have to do this. We have to get all of this negativity and nastiness out of our system so that we can really see the bigger picture. It might take years, it might take a generation, but we really have to work on ourselves first in order to be strong enough to even start handling systemic issues. So that's really like my input on it. So thank you for hearing what I had to say. And I really love your channel and I support you a lot. So you keep on going. All right.
Thank you. And I really appreciate what you have to say. I think I'm going to say something that I probably shouldn't. So get ready to be canceled. Me. No, I think that the way in which we occupy space, like masculinity, for example, seems to be very performative for us. And I know this because I see a lot of people shrink, Black men particularly, shrink in the face in a white audience. And I never, like I've seen it, like I will see the posture come in, even
they're
big,
very afraid.
yeah, and the quiver in the voice. And I never I think there is something, this might be a distinction between ADOS and people who are from a sort of predominantly black space or country, because having not been exposed to white people for, like, in the UK, sure, but like most of my life in Jamaica, I occupy my space the way I occupy my space. I don't really care who is around me, right? And I do think, because like these same people, and I'm thinking of a very specific interaction where someone called me all kinds of names, right? But like shrink, I was not the masculine person in his eyes and their eyes. Yet when we went in to a meeting, he just kind of
Very
cocooned.
submissive.
So, yeah, and I'm looking at this 6 feet guy with like big muscle and him just like quivering, and I didn't. This, by the way, is not generalizable. Let me clarify. This is not generalizable to Black men and the ADOS community. This is an individual experience that I'm pointing out, that I had, that made me, in some ways, more thoughtful about some things that I need to do. But anyway, I walked
Can I
in.
say,
Go
this
ahead.
is usually what happens when men who have no power meet men who have power, or the power to change something about them. So they become more submissive and more receptive to someone who has more power than them,
Yeah.
right? And this is where the Black man is at. He is at this stage of his life where he is so submissive because he has no power, and it just seems like he has no interest in changing his situation, but he has a lot of strength for the women of his community. He has it for the children in his community and the minorities of his community, but he doesn't have that strength with a man who actually has power, and he is not trying to get himself in that stage as well.
Yeah.
You understand?
I understand. I pause at generalizing because I actually don't know the answer. I am in a lot of ways theorizing, so I cannot judge all Black men, and not all, but as a sort of general sense. But the sentiment you just articulated is one that I have. I felt, because the reason someone came on the live and they were like, Themis, if you see a masculine man, you know what he is. And I was like, I wouldn't have my daughter date someone who I think performs masculinity overtly in the kind of physical sense of masculinity, because I've seen that kind of masculinity is so fragile. It bends and breaks under a system, right? And I don't appreciate it because it's not giving what needs to be gave, right? Like if you are that physically abrasive, then you would be in control, because if your physical prowess, right, if your physical strength and your physical build was in fact what makes you dominant in a country and a community, then you would be ruling the world. But it's
That's
not.
correct.
We have moved from a hunter-gatherer type of society where you need to be physically strong. I mean, I'm here for, like, I'm trying to get bigger, aesthetics and all, but we've moved from that to an information age, and the way you protect and provide now is different than in a hunter-gatherer society. And I don't think that the performance of masculinity in the way that we understand it now, in the physical sort of abrasiveness, I don't think it's beneficial. Again, the same ideas around aggression that makes black men a fantasy in the bedroom is the same ideas that makes them a threat and therefore thrown in prison at a higher rate, why they are killed at a higher rate, because white people are just so scared, right? Just being facetious, right? So, I mean, the whole conversation around being physically abrasive and physically showing masculinity, I find abhorrent.
Yes, it holds no merit in today's society. And I don't think they understand that. It
Yeah,
doesn't have any merit in this
I mean,
society.
I think
We need
people are
more.
hanging on to it though, because if nothing you're doing is like quote unquote good enough, and the world is telling you, and this is my sympathy, I guess, if the world is telling you that you're at the bottom economically, academically, socially, I don't know what else. But if that's what, then you hold on to the thing that would make you in some,
Powerless.
yeah, but it is the same thing that happens, I think, with a lot of racists, right? It's this, a lot of people cling to their whiteness because they have nothing else to offer.
But you know what? The racists, they work for white people. You understand? Because the white people, they have their intellectual side. They have that support. And they will send their racists, they will send their muscle to go and fight their wars.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
they have they can benefit from those two aspects. I mean, it sounds diabolical, but that's basically what's happening.
yeah. I
They
was
have
watching,
they have sessions there in Parliament, and then they have all the KKK storming all over the place and storming the Capitol, and everyone has their purpose.
yeah. Yeah. Um, use the law as their muscle. Yep. Da 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 da. I think Glowhanks was the last person. Thank you, Nell. That was a great
Thank
convo.
you.
Please come back. We should definitely talk more. I like this.
Yes. Take care.
You too. Glowhanks.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. I have a lot. I took notes and everything. And so first, I want to talk about the video you did about are we too hard on black men? What I really liked about that video is like the level of self-reflection that you showed, and I really appreciate that. And I don't know if that was like already addressed, but like I think that was like really important because like we all have like our biases and everything, and when we have conversations about the community, I think that like our own biases can be like lost in like our critique. And so I really did appreciate that. And also that's like a level of self-reflection that I haven't seen in conversations like those. And I also wonder if like if the manosphere like even self-reflect to that level to like really unpack like the biases and like why they think the way they do and like why they view women the way that they do. Um and then the second thing I wanted to mention was the Judge Show Brown video that you did. And it was really fascinating, his definition on like masculinity and like
Yeah.
how a part of it was protecting the community. But like how can you protect the community if you don't openly criticize people who do harm in the community? Like that just didn't make sense to me. Um, and and just like his refusal to like acknowledge that like Bill Cosby did sleep with women who were intoxicated, and I get like we were not in a place culturally to like really discuss like consent and like his consent change and stuff like that. Like, you know, it's very layered. But now we're 2021, things have changed, and it just felt like he was just on like one side and like sticking to it, and
Yeah, wait, before you
and
even
he
continue, it was
yeah.
unfair. There was a lot of legal things that I felt like he was just bum rushing, so I didn't feel like going into it because even in Pennsylvania, the court found him guilty, right? So he did not have
Yeah.
consent, right? Now, the verdict was overturned, but we were operating in a place where consent was defined in the way Mark Lamont Hill was talking about it. So even his like, but consent differs and rape differs from state to state. Sure. But in the state that this was taking place, it didn't. And so it's interesting. On one hand, he was so pro the law, right? The law is the law, we can't change it. Then on the other hand, he's like, oh, well, the law changed and we don't care. Like, what law, right? And I find that disingenuous. And I think there's a lot of people who are everyone critiquing Bill Cosby, and saying that we don't understand the value of our elder and whatever. And I heard someone say this in an interview that, are we willing to, because of the shadow of a great man, diminish the experience of people who fall victim to him? And
Yeah.
I felt that. I was like, are we, I mean, the Black community, as a general matter, we have endured a lot. And I think we can accept a lot of things. And because of that, we are willing to overlook abuse. I mean, some of us are actually saying abuse doesn't happen to women. So there. Anyway, continue.
No, I mean, like, I completely agree, and I think there's like this adherence to authority and just like reverence, which I do think is important. However, it is important to call out awful behavior and hold people accountable for that. And I don't think that I'm curious to know what the accountability for Bill Cosby will look like behind doors, since like the law was like technically on his side in this case, quote unquote.
Yeah.
But yeah, like just as a definition of like masculinity, I really do think he contradicted himself.
Yeah.
But I mean the definition in general kind of sounds good, but I feel like we as men we need to like, if you want to stick with this definition of like what masculinity is, I feel like we have to really define it and also try best to uphold
I
it
mean,
too.
good luck with that definition, because apparently a gold watch is masculine. Like, again, I started my research on masculinity and I was like, absolutely not. This video is not going to see the light of day because I don't know what this is.
Yeah, and you know what? It was a YouTuber, and she actually just passed away recently. RIP. Her name is Aisha K. Fines. She did a really interesting video about masculinity and femininity. And I don't know if you're familiar with her, but she was on a Grapevine a lot. But and I can email it to you if you haven't seen it already.
I mean,
But
you
the way
can.
she
I
broke.
did. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The only element of masculinity and femininity that, I mean, I think they're the biological argument in terms of testosterone, I find a bit convincing, right? The biological drive to reproduce is also convincing, which does not actually indicate behavior. But the only part, the one part that I was like, okay, I get this. It's spiritual. The spiritual aspect to masculinity. I'm not a spiritual person, right? I heard people talking about the sort of spiritual element, even in Buddhism, which is not a religion but a philosophy. When I was researching it from that perspective, I understood some of what was saying. The thing is, I couldn't, with any authority, come on here and say, well, there are these types of femininity and these types of masculinity, because I didn't feel comfortable in the answer, though I personally accepted the sort of spiritual aspect, which again does not imply behavior necessarily. But again, I just don't know that I can, with good conscience, explain masculinity and femininity unless I'm doing it from a sort of historical perspective, which is not prescriptive but descriptive again. But I don't feel like that would be useless. Anyone can just go look it up. So I didn't feel like doing it. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
Also,
no, and
read the merits of the statements of the. No, I did. No, Bill Cosby did wrong. Like Bill Cosby did wrong. He admits that he thought he did wrong. Anyone saying that, oh, Bill Cosby did nothing wrong, is just lying to themselves. For literally anyone who says Bill Cosby did nothing wrong, they are lying to themselves, where Bill Cosby admits that he believed he did something wrong. So no.
yeah, and just to the femininity and masculinity point, I do approach it from like a spiritual sense, because I really do believe that it's important for all humans to have like a balance of both, and leaning to one side of the spectrum can be toxic. Um, and so yeah, but I don't like necessarily agree with like the idea that it's like this like inherently genetic biological thing, because people prove that differently every day. Like I don't think that men should have to be completely masculine and women have to be completely feminine. I think that we need a balance of both. Now, how you present, it's a difference between like the energies and like versus like how you show up and present in everyday life. Like you could dress mask and be feminine. You can dress feminine and still be mask. I think like this binary is, well, not even binary, but I think like just restricting a person because they have a certain body to like a certain energy is like, I think it's archaic.
I mean,
But
I'm not going to say yay or nay to anything you say about femininity and masculinity, because the truth is, I mean,
yeah,
my answer is I don't know. And it's funny because I think a lot of people actually think they understand it, but I mean, this man literally just said a gold watch is masculine. So apparently, like, I don't know. Anyway,
yeah, I
next,
missed a lot. I missed. Oh,
go ahead.
oh, yeah, I did. It cut out a little bit. No, I missed the first half of the laugh, so I don't know what the go watch thing. But I mean, that just sounds stupid,
Yeah.
honestly. I
No,
don't know
no,
if that's
no.
what
You
you
please,
said,
please,
but
you do not. You were. I appreciate it. Hey, Themis, I obviously missed the first 4 hours. Not the first 4 hours. I've been working, just showing you some love. Thank you. By the way, let me just say, I have moderators who I told to let me not go past 2 hours. And I feel like I'm disrespecting these people because they come in every single day and they try to get me to get off by 2 hours, and I don't. So I apologize to you all. Thank you both for being here. I do appreciate you guys. I'm going to say, you guys can stay on the screen if you want, but I'm going to say, I think the reason, one, that I'm long-winded, that, but more than that, I think part of the reason that the lives go on so long is I do want to hear everyone, and a lot of people aren't comfortable yet speaking, and it's very hard to understand fully what someone is saying if I'm going to try to rush them. So I try not to rush people, and I try to listen as best as I can. Wait. Themis, where did Bill Cosby admit he thought he did wrong? Ask so I can confirm. Please go back and watch my video. I literally read out loud where they asked, did you believe you were doing something illegal, Mr. Cosby? Cosby said, yes. Another question, were you getting these drugs to give to women to have sex with them? Cosby said, yes. Now, is Cosby authorized to give people drugs? No. So him giving people drugs he is not authorized to give people is wrong. Now, again, you can parse through all of this and you can find innocence in there. I think that our willingness, our willingness to look past certain behaviors because this person is quote an elder is a problem. I think we can hold everyone accountable regardless of their rank and position. So when he said context, what context? Please explain to me. I don't understand how we cannot just all agree that sleeping with someone who might be who is unconscious is wrong. Even if you don't want to call it rape, which I do, sleeping with someone who is unconscious is wrong. Giving drugs to people to sleep with them is wrong. Now, let's say they took the drug, right? Him admitting that he did something illegal, like I don't understand. I don't understand. Like Molly, there is a ton of quote unquote party drugs that people use in college to rape. Like I don't understand what I literally don't understand. Context. What context? Is it legal to slip people drugs for the purpose of sleeping with them? Look, I don't understand, Mac Jr. I'm assuming you're not acting in bad faith, but by his own admission, he was wrong. The court actually found him guilty. There was enough evidence. This is the part that I don't get. There was enough evidence to convict him beyond a reasonable doubt, right? We keep ignoring the fact that the verdict was overturned on a due process ground. The prosecution should have not gone forward because of a deal that was created between Bill Cosby and the previous prosecutor. Like, that is it. His due process rights were violated, and I would be in agreement that we should do something about the prosecutor, and that the judge was most like they were right in terms of their decision to say we are going to hold the judicial system to the standard that we need to hold the judicial system to. They should not be able to break their own rule, not the judicial, but the executive, the prosecutor. I'm okay with that. But what does that say about him? Nothing. They did not get to the merits of the case. So we are left to speculate. And what we can speculate on is something that actually happened, that a jury of his peer found that there was enough evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that he did what was alleged. Like, I don't know. So people don't buy weed to smoke while girl, we're not doing this. We're not doing that. Like, what are we talking about? Weed. Themis, you're eating your time. He is trolling you. True, he is. I'm actually not very good at this internet thing. I just assume everyone is acting in good faith, and that is a horrible thing to do. In any case, I completely forgot where I was going with this. I do appreciate all of you. I know London is not here, but you guys sent me a poster to go here. Apparently it said it came. I went to get it at the P.O. box. Never got it. So I bought a white erase board because it's multifunctional and I can write on it, and that's what's going to go there. So that. I hope London was here, but he's not. Themis, Tapper, sorry, he's wasting your time. He is trolling you. Yeah. All right. Got it. All right. Thank you all for being here. Remember to like, share, do not share this. Comment and subscribe. In any case, Themis is a field lawyer who tries to support his statement. He also reflects when his position is fairly challenged. Thank you. I appreciate. If I don't want to be known for anything, I want to be known for this. That I do try. I reflect when my position is challenged fairly. So I appreciate that. Thank you all. Girl, he said he's not trolling two sides. Why do we do this? I feel like we have a tendency. I'm doing this because I keep finding him to focus on the negativity when there's so much positive things happening. 5 hours and 10 minutes. Okay, I'm done. Thank you all. I actually wanted to talk about this TV show called Elite, but we'll do that. I will talk about what we're watching some other time. I appreciate you guys so much. Have a wonderful night. I'm actually really exhausted, and I know as soon as I turn this off, I am going to crash. So that should be fun. Bye, guys. It's
Thanks,
the lawyer. Huh?
I said thank you.
Oh, by the way, when you finished, I feel bad. I think you said that was it.
Oh no, I mean I wasn't really, but like also it's not really that relevant. And so no, get some rest. I'm done.
Oh, all right. If you want to continue, you can email me and we can get on the next time. Have a good one. Bye. My hair is a mess. I need to figure out how to twist it. Not my move ring. I just got a move ring. All right. Bye, guys. Have a good one. And I will see you guys later. Hopefully, we can do more productive lives about upliftment, apparently, because that's what I need to be doing. So, all right. I need to go to bed. Bye.